Radio Generation, the home of urban soul. This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. A man wanted over the armed robbery at Chaiwala restaurant in Nairobi's Westlands area was shot dead by police during an operation in Joska, Machakos County on Monday. The Directorate of Criminal Investigations says the suspect Vincent Oching was linked to a series of violent robberies in Nairobi, Kiambu and Machakos counties. Police also recovered a pistol believed to have been used in the crimes.
Huyo askari akamwambia fungua hapa. Jamaa aliongea akiwa ndani akasema sifungui, ingieni tupatane. Hapo ndio nilisikia sauti yake. Alisema fungueni tupatane, sifungui. Huyo askari akaniambia kama unaishi hapa funga nyumba na utoke, si kuzuri. Juu hatujui mtu anaweza toka na aje.
The suspect has been linked as one of the 4 suspects who had attacked a restaurant within General Madenge, Spring Valley. Those are the robbery that happened in broad daylight.
East African Legislative Assembly Member of Parliament Kanini Kega says he narrowly escaped an armed attack after a known gunman allegedly chased his vehicle and opened fire. In a video shared on Monday, the former Kieni Member of Parliament said he and his team fled the attackers and hid in a nearby house. Kega claimed his vehicle was hit by bullets, but said no one was injured.
I've been chased by armed police officers. They pointed guns at me. We were only able to escape. You can see I'm being hosted by these children. But we are not going to relent. Over 3 vehicles, you have even sprayed my vehicle. I am only alive by grace of God. But we are not going to relent on the fight. I want to tell Kenyans that I'm temporarily safe.
Mombasa County has opened a new Ebola training and simulation center to help health workers prepare for possible outbreaks. The facility will train health workers on how to detect, contain and respond to Ebola cases. It can also be converted into an isolation unit during an emergency. Officials say the center is part of efforts to strengthen disease surveillance and protect Kenya's coastal and border regions from future outbreaks.
The facility is well designed to act as an isolation facility, although in case of an active outbreak, we as a county will be able to expand the facility more, because at the moment it's not able to hold as many cases as possible.
U.S. Senator Lindsey Graham died of an aortic dissection caused by cardiovascular disease, according to preliminary findings by the Washington, D.C. Medical Examiner. An aortic dissection is a tear in the main artery that carries blood to the body. Graham, a close Republican ally of President Donald Trump, died at the age of 71 on Saturday evening. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast. Curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights. Radio Generation.
Welcome indeed. This is the People's Breakfast on Radio Generation. 88.8 FM in Nairobi, 90.7 FM in Mombasa, and 89.5 FM in Garissa. Big shout out to MC Tonje, listening all the way from Muhoroni. Habari yako. Thank you so much for coming through. And of course, for all of you who are listening from the diaspora, for example, we have Baraza listening all the way from the United States of America. How are you doing, Baraza? Welcome to the People's Breakfast. Asante sana for coming through. I have seen your messages, Baraza, and it's about this issue of goonism. We are trying our best to see how best to pose that particular question. And let me tell you something. It is not something that can be sorry, it's not something that will be sorted by one leader or by several leaders. This is something that will be solved by all of us. Because at the end of the day, these goons, like City likes to say, it's not like they're coming from Mars. They're right here with us. They are our cousins, they are our brothers, they are our sisters, they are our parents even perhaps at some point. So at the end, and they are our children. Yeah. So it's a team effort, but at the end of the day, yes, we shall definitely need to have that hard conversation about what exactly is going on as far as the goons are concerned. Now in studio, kama kawaida, apart from myself, we have CT Muga, aka CP, CD, and as of yesterday, TT. TT Muga, habari asubuhi.
Kila brother alijaribu jana. As we are talking with TT.
But unajua ni matamchi na tunakubali. You know, even hata saa zingine mali mimi imetoka. Sometimes the tongue just refuses.
I think where the problem arises,
yes,
is when people try to determine this name. How do you spell it?
Yeah.
I have to keep informing them they're my initials.
Yes.
Yes. So it's not a name, because when you think of it as a name,
yeah,
it can be confusing.
Okay.
How exactly do you spell this name?
Because actually you're right. You know, there's someone who texted me yesterday. Akanambia good show, salimia CT. Now CT iliandikwa SITI.
That one did okay. That one did okay.
At least they maintained the pronunciation.
CITY.
Like the city of Nairobi.
Yes.
Okay.
Now that is before you throw in the embellishment of CD. Compact disc to answer up.
And now we have TT. Well, but acha nikwambie. You know, it reminds me of another name that also has got different ways of spelling it. Gaddafi. Gaddafi can be
the Q,
K, can be the CH, can be the C. Then I've seen also variations even with the Gaddafi, the F part, one F, double F, double E at the end,
PH.
Bas, there's a PH. So Gaddafi. And then now we have CP. Now depending on how someone hears for the first time, it is Sweetie. So someone will listen and ask, why is movie? Why does movie keep on calling this old man Sweetie? Lakini karibu sana kwenye kipindi. You've had a good Monday?
My Monday was good.
Yes.
My Monday was good.
Okay.
Nothing too alarming.
All right.
But you know, it is a good thing that this matter of goonism, as we call it,
yes,
is becoming a national conversation. What many people do not know, because they don't bother looking at the DCI website and the anti-corruption websites.
Yes.
If only they knew how many gangs we have in this country. Registered, as in they are known.
Yeah.
They are known by name, and the leaders are known. The numbers have over time increased. And the gangs that we find happen to exist predominantly in the economically disadvantaged areas. But they are the ones we look at with a bad eye, and the ones we blame for all manner of things that don't quite go right. Okay? That is one. But the ones we don't look at, and the ones which don't have names, are the amorphous ones we call cartels, because that's a gang.
Very true.
And they are the ones who are responsible for the disadvantage that very many people in the country have.
Because that is organized crime.
Yes. They are gangs. They are the people who don't give a flying hoot what happens to people. So long as they're making a penny, so long as they're minting profits, they couldn't care less if more people died. It's not their concern.
Yeah.
Now those are the gangs that I would be concerned about, and those are the gangs that I would focus dealing with, because once those gangs are dismantled, then money will flow to where it's supposed to. They are the roadblock, they are the barrier.
Gatekeepers.
Yes. And they do not give a hoot what happens to the citizens. The people who are economically disadvantaged, who are supposed to receive assistance, it is these people who ensure that they do not get help.
Yeah.
Yes.
I agree with you. When
you hear of these major scandals, it is them. Yes. And they are the ones who give birth to these problems that we keep talking about. Do you really think that these young men we see with batons and with what in the streets, if they had something to wake up to do every morning, would they be untouched by 1,000 bob to go out in the streets?
Why would I wait for 1,000 bob, yet I can make my own 30,000?
Yes. Why? Why would you endanger your life, even if you knew, for instance, that you're going to make 500 shillings daily? Because goonism is a short-term gig.
Yeah.
It is that day, maybe 2 days, maybe 3 days, but it's done. If you're making your own 500 shillings every day and you're guaranteed, why would you want to risk your life going out and you know full well that you could also die?
I wouldn't do it.
No, nobody would. They wouldn't touch it.
Speaking of which, that one of the thugs that was at General Madhenge the other day, unakumbuka ile restaurant tuko Westlands?
Yes.
So that one of the guys was gunned down yesterday uko Machakos, mahali panito Matungulu. Alikuwa Joska, alikuwa ameenda kukaa na demu yake, and the cops, after following very many leads, as they said, they found out where he was, and then they went to him, and then they asked him to come out. Unajua vijana wanakuambianga toka hapa nje na weke mikono yako juu. Jamaa akasema bwana, ingieni tupatane. So the police, according to eyewitnesses, one eyewitness said that the police told them, tokeni kwa manyumba mfunge, because we don't know this guy akitoka hapa atafanya nini. So once the residents left and the place was secure, bwana wala watu waliingia ndani. DCI waliingia ndani, and now the guy is in a fridge somewhere.
My supposition is this: by the time we can quantify the gangs, these gangs in the economically disadvantaged areas,
yes,
okay, part of the reason why you find it is easy to track them, or it is not that difficult, is they are known. Their leaders are known, and many of these groups also act as informants for the police service. They are considered a nuisance, but they don't cause any harm. The harm comes about when someone has died.
Yeah.
Then you are in trouble. Yes.
I was watching that report because it was on YouTube on one of the news channels. I can't remember which one. So I went to the comment section. Of course, guys were like, yeah, where's your toe? Hey. But some comments were asking, why is it easy to catch someone who robbed people in General Madhenge SG how many days ago? Weeks ago. Then we have all these big wigs here stealing billions.
What have you?
And you guys are doing nothing.
We know the people who are responsible, na tunawajua vizuri. Hata wameletwa waandike statement.
Ndio.
Now that is a valid question, because
yes,
when we're talking about gangs, when we talk about goons, kuna hawa, they are also goons.
Ndio.
Somebody who clobbers you over the head with a truncheon is a goon. Somebody who looks for you during a maandamano and beats the living daylights out of you is a goon.
Yes.
These other ones do the same, and they actually kill you, because they're the ones who ensure you don't have drugs in the clinics and the hospitals.
Yes.
They're the ones who
your roads are bad, you can't get to the hospital.
They are the ones who also ensure that your children don't get the education they deserve.
Very true.
They're the ones who ensure that the schools that are supposed to be built to meet the rising population are not built.
Bas.
When talks of capitation, it is them. It is them. And these are people who actually commit crimes against humanity.
Yes.
Forget these petty crimes of some people who are beaten in the head and they're going to be treated. No. Them, they kill people on a grand scale. And they are the ones with the activities who give birth to these individuals. These young Kenyans will keep referring to as goons. Yes.
Unajua kuna kitu umesema hapo in terms of cartels, the ones that organize themselves at the very, very high levels. Bro, those guys have organized themselves to the point whereby they are in the police service, they are in every other sector that you can imagine, whether it's the DCI, whether it's the anti-corruption, whether it's those guys have organized themselves to that level. That is why every time we have all these cases, haziendi mbali.
No, you see once we have allowed that modus operandi to be the norm,
yes,
then even the police give up.
Inafika mahali unasema bro,
wacha tu
nikijaribu kusongesha kitu, the number of calls I'm getting bana,
wacha hivyo, you will find yourself you have been transferred to Garbatula when ukiongea huko.
Organized crime. Tuingie katika hii mambo ya UN. Nimeangalia UN today, they are not celebrating anything. However, tomorrow I will tell you, because it is World Youth Skills Day. So tungoje kesho ifike. But as far as city is concerned, tupatie methali yetu ya leo.
Wacha mimi naangalia yeye. Then mimi nitapatia wewe.
Utuambie hao wanasema nini?
Yeye. Yes, our proverbs for the whole of this week are from
Benin.
Yes, the Republic of Benin. Okay? Now this is a country that it is said it is full of oral traditions. Okay? Meaning zile kacha zao za kukumbuka ujua hili kwa hivi alfulela ulela.
Sababu manake.
Yes, ilinyesha mvua.
Astaghfirullah.
Mvua ikafanya A, B, C, D. Hizo na kadhalika. Okay? Okay. The fool searches for the snake in the hole from which mud was taken to build a house.
The fool searches for
a snake in the hole from which mud was taken to build a house.
So unaona tu shimo lolote unadhani nyoka ako kule ndani. Yet that hole was created by fellow human beings as they were constructing a building or a house.
Yes, your concern is a snake.
Okay. All right. But uangalie kinye kilitoka hapo kilienda wapi na kikafanya nini?
No, that one doesn't feature that strongly. What features is the snake, because you are afraid of the snake and you're thinking, how do we kill
it? Is blinding you from seeing the bigger picture.
Actually, the bigger picture is you're the one who created this that particular hole. Yes.
And the snake isn't there.
Not only that, even if the snake was there, what has the snake done to you?
It is in its habitat.
Yes, it's used disturbing the snake.
Okay.
Yes. Most times we are the fellows who are problematic. Okay?
Yes.
We human beings. The rest of nature goes about its business. The disruptor of nature is us.
Okay.
Okay?
All right.
You decide you're going to cut down trees, you don't plant enough. You decide you're going to kill animals. You prefer to have trophies of animals in your house. The traditional way of doing things, people killed animals for food.
Yes.
And they didn't kill them every day, because when you kill one, you're going to eat it for a long time.
All right. Today, France is facing Spain in the semi-finals. Wait, are these semi-finals or quarter-finals? Nisikuwe nasema vitu zangu. Yes, semi-finals. Semi-finals is the World Cup. Today, France meeting Spain. Of course, tomorrow, England and Argentina, as we look forward to the finals on, I think it will be on Sunday. Yeah, so between France and Spain, I know City ni mtu wa France. Ni mtu wa Kylian Mbappe.
You know me well. My logic is not complicated.
Yeah.
It's very simple. I told you from the very beginning, I am supporting African teams.
Very true.
Okay? Should there be no more African teams to support,
yes,
I will support France.
Okay.
Because they have a preponderance of black players in their team. In fact, there's a match I was watching yesterday.
Yes.
I was sitting somewhere and they were showing excerpts. Buana, the whole team is full of black people.
Yes.
Including the goalkeeper.
Yeah.
No, actually no. There was one person who was not black.
And it wasn't an African team.
If you didn't know, you'd think, now which African team is this which has one Caucasian playing?
Okay.
Then you realize it's actually France.
Yeah.
So, once France moves on, I'll support them. If France is beaten...
Yes. Between England, Argentina and Spain?
I'm not bothered. Whoever wins, let them win.
Yes. So
the alternative had been Brazil, and they're out. So
mimi sita mind Spain wakichukua hii kitu.
I said,
yeah, tonight's game, that is, because I know majority of Kenyans are with France, and it's okay. So mimi, I like supporting the underdog.
But Spain is not, they're not underdogs.
They're not. I call them underdogs in terms of support. But the reason I'm supporting Spain is because of a guy called Lamine Yamal. That guy has impressed me. Football yake iko fiti. He's a Barcelona player and he plays absolutely Good football.
Actually, if I were to be fair,
yes.
Okay, and I stop being colorblind.
Yes.
Okay. I would support Spain.
Okay.
I actually like the country. I like their history.
Yes.
There's a lot about Spain that I like. And their love for freedom is something fantastic. You know, most people don't understand that at some point, the guy called Franco.
Yeah.
Well, Spain was ruled by a dictator. Usifikiri dictatorship ni yetu tu. No. Spain has gone through very many twists and turns.
Imepitia.
And remember, there are regions of Spain that have wanted over time to become independent from the rest of Spain.
Yes.
And that has brought some fracas.
Yeah.
When I say it is a nation with a very rich tapestry of interesting history.
Yes.
Okay. But the match that is actually interesting to watch is England versus Argentina.
Yeah.
You know, those two fellows went to war.
They did.
Over the Falkland Islands.
And they still have issues over that, yes.
Yes. So these are people who could reignite an old enmity
on the pitch.
May they extinguish each other. Yes.
On this one, between Argentina and England, 178% England.
On that, you know, I'm surprised. You and I have come to a common understanding. Yes, I would also support England when it comes to this one.
Na hiyo nitakuja kuambia baadaye. Hii sitasema leo. Haya.
My reasons still stay. England, you'll find somebody ambaye rangi yake ni
as opposed to huko kwingine. Okay. Tuingie katika www.radiogeneration.co.ke. Caught someone's IG Kanja and DCI Director Amin over 3 missing men. Story.
That story, it didn't start yesterday. They have been raising issues about these 3 individuals because the matters went to court and we haven't heard the end of it.
Yeah. So, in summary, the Inspector General of Police Douglas Kanja and DCI Director Mohammed Amin and other respondents have been summoned to appear before the Milimani High Court on Tuesday and produce 3 missing men. That is Evans Otieno Omondi, Macmillan Kiare Mugo, and Michael Olo Osoro. Whether alive or deceased. Habeas corpus. The directions were issued by Justice Alexander Muteti after separate urgent habeas corpus. I knew it. After separate urgent habeas corpus applications were filed by the men's families. Now the judge certified the applications as urgent and ordered the respondents to appear before the court at 12 noon today to account for the whereabouts of the 3 men and show cause why they should not be immediately released from custody if they are being held. In the 3 cases, the court directed the applicants to serve their respondents with the court orders by 9 a.m. on Tuesday ahead of the noon hearing. Now, the petitions were filed by Pamela Alo, the wife of Evans Otieno Omondi, Beatrice Wanjira, the mother of Macmillan Kiare Mugo, and Rose Sopi, the wife of Michael Olo Osoro. They are seeking the court's intervention over the alleged disappearance of their relatives. Besides the Inspector General and the DCI Director, the applications also name the State Law Office and other respondents who will be required to respond to the allegations before the court. The hearing is expected to determine whether the security agencies are holding the 3 men and what further orders the court will issue regarding their alleged disappearance. You know, to be honest, I never thought ama mtu ujijinx ama mtu ujiroga akisema vitu fulani. You remember Kenya Kwanza government said there will be no more abductions, right?
They said with great clarity.
Yes, they said. Now I'm talking about before elections.
Oh no, that's what they spoke of.
Yes.
They were adamant about that. They said no, this one no.
So it makes me wonder what's not happening, because I am sure we had abductions during the Jubilee government, and I'm sure we had abductions during the TNA government. I'm sure we had abductions during the Mkatenusu government and the government before that one.
Yes, the government before that one didn't have the 2010 constitution. So they could abduct with great abandon and freedom. They could even detain you. The law allowed for it.
Lakini siti Muga, ni kwa sababu gani tunasikia haya mambo sana kwa wakati huu kuliko wakati mwingine? Is it because we are in the information age, as we like to call it?
Partly, but the truth is people are being abducted.
Are they being abducted more than they were being abducted during the Uhuru's time, for example?
No.
It's the same?
No, they are not actually.
Is it more?
What
does your no mean?
One could, by no means, there was an intolerance in the Uhuru era that we don't have here. I'm going to explain what I mean. One of the first things that the Uhuru government sought to do was to curtail the powers of the media.
Okay.
It's one of the first things they tried to do through the Communications Authority of Kenya. All right? And if you're talking about abductions and people dying, it is one of the things that is going to haunt the Jubilee presidential aspirant, Mr. Dr. Frederick Matiang'i.
Yes.
Because a lot of that happened when he was heading that particular docket of the interior government. All right? The question that is always asked is, why don't you take these people to court?
Yeah.
If they have done wrong,
why don't we, by the way?
Take them to court.
Why don't we?
All right? If they are serial offenders, take them to court. Jail them. If there's something fishy, foxy, wrong with the prison system, then say so.
What happened to the good old days, and I'm calling them good old days here sarcastically, but what happened to the good old days when police would come to arrest you na wanakuekelea bangi?
What bangi changa?
Wanakuekelea like cops come and arrest you, of course wanakuambia kuja twende hivi, alafu anakuambia hey siendi mahali afande, then kidogo the cops just removes a blunt from his pocket and then puts it in your pocket and tells you hiyo nini kwa mfuko yako, like live and you know me a witness that a witness had never been arrested. Cops came because they were called. He was being an unruly person. Wazazi wakamuitia askari ndio aende apeleke huko akafunga.
By the time your parents called the askari for you, bro,
wewe ni msembaya. So walimuitia askari ndio because he was just being unruly. So when the cops arrived, they told him nani twende. So the guy is like, tunaenda wapi, nimefanya nini mimi kwani? Like twende. Then the guy was like, siendi mahali. Then the cop literally just reached for his pocket, removed a blunt and then placed it in this guy's hands. Akasema unafanya nini na bangi? You know me, I found it very hilarious. But anyway, those were the good old days and the guy was arrested na akapelekwa hadi kotini. What happened to the good old days? Malikarawa angekuekelea bangi na aseme wewe umepatikana bangi, unasumbuka huko kwa koti for 3-5 days, unapelekwa huko korokoroni. By the time you are released, you are a good boy or girl for that matter.
We tend to respond to the information that is available to us and to our understanding of situations.
Yeah.
We don't interview policemen and women, or we don't interview their seniors to know what it is that leads them to do the things they do. We also don't interview them, so we do not know what it's like on an ordinary day in the life of a police person.
Yeah.
And what it is that they go through. We can only interpret, we can only infer. But from where I sit, if I am to infer, I get the impression that a lot of the times they are not only frustrated, they are tired, and they will let out that frustration on people. Like, for instance, have you ever seen the way they beat students?
GSU.
On police. Have you ever seen?
I have. Don't forget I was a student.
They cane them as though there is no tomorrow.
Yeah. But school city ni mbaya. Do you know there's a multimedia university student just last month who was shot?
Yes, I remember. I want you to understand something, that the number of policemen, you know how many policemen we have in this country?
About 100,000 plus.
Precisely. Now 100,000, let's give it 120, let's give them 120.
Yes.
How many are we?
58 million.
And then you're telling me that is, how do we train these people to deal with the circumstances that they find themselves in? I raise these issues every time we have this discussion because to me it's important.
Yes.
An environment will help influence and create a certain individual. It influences how you behave. Are they well resourced?
Okay. Good.
Do they live in comfortable houses?
Good.
Are they paid adequate salaries so that in their minds they know their families are well taken care of? Do we ensure that the people we employ as policemen and women are some of the best that we have? It's the same question we ask when it comes to education.
Yeah.
People whom we employ and train as doctors are the brightest. engineers, they're the brightest. Should we also not consider that teachers should be the brightest?
They should. The police should be the brightest.
Yes, so that you actually have a service of people who you have determined will do well. But you start with the narrative that people join the police when they have nothing else to do with themselves. Tayari kuna shida.
Ni kweli.
Tayari kuna shida. Every young policeman and woman looks at those students as what they could have been and what they're not.
Yeah.
And students, when they are at their unruly best, are a rather annoying lot.
They are.
Yes.
But if I'm being honest, City, mi ukiniuliza tu cha ukweli. Hawa makara tunapatananga nao kwa barabara hawa. Those are very okay cops. They're normal cops. Them they're just police. Nimekushika na hatia na kupeleka mbele. Ukinipatia kachai ni sawa.
Paul, if you take those policemen and put them into a situation where people are demonstrating and rioting, you'll be amazed at what they will become. When they're walking, there is nothing to generate any anger or angst. They are walking. Okay? They are on the beat. Okay? But the moment there is a protest, the problem with protesters is sometimes they get violent. The whole ecosystem within which the police exist, bro, this thing has required an overhaul for the longest possible
And I agree
time.
with you. But me, what I'm trying to say is, you see, even the cop who allegedly shot Rex Masai, that guy doesn't look like just like what you would consider mtu wa D.
Not only that, please remember, within the disciplined forces, I'm talking about the army, paramilitary units we have, people get into special units.
Bus.
Now, one is never really clear what the special units do.
Exactly.
We've heard of the Request Squad. Then we know what they do. We know what they're trained to do. You talk about urban terrorism, that's their forte.
Yeah.
They know exactly what to do, how to do it,
when to do it.
They are well trained. We know. Beyond that, we do not know.
True. Ule mwenye allegedly alishoot Shieni pale parliament. Huyo karao venye tuliona hizo picha ziliekwa na BBC. Hizo ziliekwa na BBC. See, that is not a cop that alienda kiganjwa ati because alikuanga na D ama sijui alikuanga na E or whatever grade they choose nowadays. That is someone hata ukiangalia huo ni mtu mwenye anajielewa, huo ni mtu anajua. Na sisemi ati hao wengine kwa barabara hawajijui ama hawajielewi. But what I'm trying to say is, even some of these cops, when they actually get to court, na usikie mtu akijitetea, City huyo si mtu ati unaweza sema ati huyu ni jamaa maybe hata angepata nafasi angekuwa daktari.
What I'm referring to is the temperament of that individual and what it is that the circumstances they find themselves in, how it brings out the worst in them.
Yeah.
Because you have to see, there was nothing Rex Masai was doing.
Yeah.
That guy was called Boniface, the guy who was shot.
Mask, yes.
That one I saw. I saw that clip and I wondered, what on earth was wrong with this person?
Yeah.
There are individuals who do genuinely crazy things. The problem is this: whenever they're taken to court, my friend, the support they get, okay? The guy shot. There's evidence they shot. Why don't we just let the law take its course?
They won't, City. And that's why I'm saying, this thing, we started by talking about organized crime. Na nikasema, maybe I watch too many movies. That's my whatever. Lakini mimi ukiniuliza, watu wameinfiltrate kila.
But let me ask you this question, Paul.
Yes.
Do you really think that when you have a police service who amongst its members are people who act as bodyguards for politicians?
Yeah.
Rightfully so. What do you think they see? Because they're bodyguards, some of them who are even the drivers are service men and women.
Yes, they are.
What do you think they experience? And remember, these are people who are trained to take orders. Remember the tear gassing that took place in Nyeri when the immediate former deputy president was in
Witima Church.
Yes, exactly. And two politicians from the mountain region were called and told, Nyinyi, ebu semeni tusikie. The people who went to cause the problem were not them. It was the police service men and women who are attached to them. Okay? Now, somebody gave them orders. I don't think they themselves had
the mind to
No. Why would they?
They don't even know the guy personally.
Why would they? They were given instructions and they were told, this is what we want you to do.
So deliver.
Yes. Now, why I'm saying this is the criminal element exists in every aspect of our society. But where it exists in abundance and where it shouldn't is in the decision-making organs that we have, like Parliament or in the executive. Because these places have people who should not be in those positions. The way they think, the way they go about their business, it doesn't augur well for the citizenry. But they're there. So now, do you expect that the police service, among whom within their ranks are people who work with these people, they will be influenced? And with it comes the discussion on impunity, because someone knows nothing will happen to them. They know. Not they
know they are protected.
They know.
Na anajua hii kitu nikifanya hakuna mtu atanishika. Watu wakienda barabarani wa protest, nothing is going to happen to me.
When you're a policeman or woman and you've arrested people and you've taken them to court, and within a short time you see that person released, it happens several times. You feel, wait a moment, why am I bothering with all this?
Yeah. Acha nikwambie, again, me, I'll stick to my guns when I say I'm on the side of conspiracy here. Sitashtuka kama kuna ka unit tu. Maybe hata sisi tunaweza kuapa hivi as GSU officers, but we don't know. Maybe Edna ndio anakuanga kwa hiyo special unit yenye kazi yao ni tukienda nje.
Why have we left Openja out?
Openja kai kuchukua orders kama hizo. Maybe as a GS unit, when we are here, whenever we are sent out, one of us is what would consider a rogue officer. Yeah, as much as we are taking our command from one of our commanders here, yeye zake zinatoka mahali tofauti na naambia nyinyi si leo mnaenda CBD, nina expect uniangushie mmoja leo ama wawili ama watatu. Na yeye mnaingia na CBD, unaona akiangusha watu na shangaa, what on earth is Edna doing? She's taking orders elsewhere. Anyway, tufanye kitu naita traffic updates.
Traffic.
I'm looking at this area called Kilimani. Kilimani is not looking bad at this particular hour. So the roads around here, we're talking about Ngong Road, hii barabara ya Naivasha Road, sehemu za Kileleshwa, hizo barabara zote zinasonga. To make it easy for you, let me look for spaces where there is traffic, because on Ngong Road everything is moving quite well. Thika Superhighway, the usual suspect is Pangani area, traffic is stretching all the way to Italy Hotel, and on the Kiambu Road side it is stretching all the way to DCI HQ. That's where you'll find a lot of traffic this particular morning, but everywhere else is looking good. Tukirudi all the way from Kenyatta University past Kenyatta go to Ruiru, hizo barabara zote ziko sawa kabisa. Mombasa Road as well, zero complaints at this particular hour. You guys are moving quite well. Naangalia watu ambao wanatoka Mulolongo, actually yote nirudi nyuma kidogo, watu ambao wanatoka Kitengela iko sawa, tuingie pale ile underpass ya pale hivyo nini at the river, tuende Signature Mall, tupite Signature, tuingie Mulolongo, tuende Syokimau, tupite Kambanas, tuende yote mpaka Next Gen past, yani Mombasa Road yote hapo hakuna complaint. Lakini ukiona kitu si utupate hapa kwa simu yetu, tutaweza kuambia watu. Then tuende all the way to Mombasa County. Now Mombasa. What can I say about Mombasa? Absolutely nothing, because you guys are moving quite well. Na angalia hata kule kwenye bichi watu hata hawajafika kule. But then someone told you Mombasa is cold. I was called by Husam. Husam, our technician from Coast.
I know Husam very well.
Husam alinipigia simu akaniambia Mombasa kuna baridi.
Unaongea juu ya brother engineer.
Ule engineer Husam yule. Akaniambia kabla alikuwa ananipigia simu akaniambia Afiri Festival ilikuwa kali sana. Nikamwambia akaniambia lakini kubaridi baridi. Nikamwambia usijali bro. Zoeni weather ya Nairobi, mnakuwa prepared kupelekwa kule Scandinavia. However, talking about traffic this particular morning, I'm only seeing situation awareness around Kengeleni. Hapo tujo ukifika hapo there is maximum 3 minutes delay. Beyond that, you guys are moving quite well.
Traffic on Radio Generation.
Tuanze na magazeti. Front page of the Standard, they're calling it the irony. What is the irony? Actually, they've even gone ahead to call them jokers. Enye Standard or on a mission. So they're saying They sent Kenya's finest officers to tame Haiti's gangs. Yet back home, murderers and rising civilians live. Let me say that again. They sent Kenya's finest officers to tame Haiti's gangs. Yet back home, murders are rising, civilians live in fear, and the president's own security has become a subject of ridicule. Meanwhile, Interior CS Kipchumba Murkomen plays politics. PS Raymond Omolo's name surfaces whenever goons are discussed, and Inspector General Douglas Kanja presides over confusion. This is no longer a ministry. This is no longer a ministry Kenyans can trust to keep them safe. Instead, it has become a symbol of incompetence and national embarrassment, where political ambition is better protected than lives and property. Can we just agree there's a mess? That hiyo minimum to agree yenyewe kuna shida, kwa sababu there is no way the Interior Ministry can be in the headlines and in 1 week haitakosa at the very least 2 times.
If people die, remember there was a time,
yes,
when all we heard when this government took power in 2022,
yes,
was banditry in the northern part of Kenya. Remember, we don't hear banditry anymore, do we? At that point in time, it is the current deputy president who was Minister for Interior.
Yes.
And did we stop criticizing? No. He would don on the fatigues and say they were working on this, they have these plans. I was among the people who asked, what are these people doing? They talk and talk and talk. But if I'm to look back now, clearly they had a plan, but it wasn't going to take effect like immediately now.
Yeah.
It was being set in motion and would work. Banditry was something that was rife in Marsabit. Banditry was rife in spotted places in the country, areas of West Pokot, bordering on Baringo. One heard of these problems.
Yeah.
One doesn't anymore. And some of these things ceased to be a problem around the time when the deputy president now, they eased off, left the docket of being Minister for Interior.
Yes.
And he then moved on. Okay? Then someone else took on that particular docket. And it was not Kipchumba Murkomen immediately. Okay? Again, this seems to have been quiet. When Kipchumba Murkomen took over, suddenly, it's like all hell was waiting for him to take that docket for it to break loose.
Yeah.
So what has happened? Okay? Raymond Omolo was the PS during Professor Kindiki's time.
Yes.
He was the PS immediately after Professor Kindiki left. He is the PS now that Murkomen is in charge. So he has been a constant.
Yeah.
So again, what has happened? Or what is happening? Because clearly something is happening. The standard with this headline is not wrong. No. They have very aptly described the situation. It's
the irony.
Yes, a situational report. Guys, this is what we're dealing with. If you know, they're not blaming anybody. They are just asking, guys, this is where we find ourselves. What on earth is happening? And there isn't if the question keeps being raised, then it means the responses that we're getting are not adequate.
Yes, we are not getting adequate response. Well, there you have it on the Standard. Daily Nation front page wanasema this is now opinion poll as far as info track is concerned, and they're saying no clear winner. Why are they saying that? There would be no outright winner if a presidential election were held today. A runoff vote is likely, a new poll shows. None of the potential presidential candidates, including President Ruto, would garner more than half of all the votes. A disjointed opposition would trail Ruto, but a united force poses a serious challenge to his 2027 re-election bid. No opposition leader has a commanding lead over colleagues, but Kalonzo is a favorite, as is his joint ticket with Sifuna. But if I can just point out to some of these numbers, they are saying State House race. Wakenya wakiulizwa mnataka nani akuwe president? William Ruto is at 32%. Kalonzo Musyoka comes in a distant second at 13%. Edwin Sifuna 12%. That 12% also Fred Matiang'i has. Then you have Rigathi Gachagua at 4%. Babu Owino hata hajasema anataka president, lakini Wakenya wenye wameulizwa wako 3%. Na David Maraga anakuja pale at 2%, alafu kunaye Martha Karua at 1%. They are saying undecided vote is 18%, and that, my friends, is a very huge number. Hiyo 18 ukichukua uongeze pale kwa William Ruto ashafika 50%. Hiyo 18 ukiongeza kwa Kalonzo Musyoka, that is 31%. Hiyo 18 ukiongeza kwa Edwin Sifuna, that is 30%. So 18% is a huge number, my friend. Now on the presidential flag bearer, as far as opposition is concerned, wakiuliza kwa opposition, who do you guys want to be the flag bearer? Kalonzo Musyoka is at 27%, Fred Matiang'i is at 26%. Hiyo ninaweza sema ni kama they are the same. Hapa hakuna tofauti. Edwin Sifuna comes in at number 3 with 19%. Rigathi Gachagua comes in at 9%. David Maraga 3%. Martha Karua 2%. George Natembeya comes in at 1%, and then of course Eugene Wamalwa 1%. Yani George na Eugene wana share 1%, 1-1 basically.
Yes, you saw.
Now kuna Omtata pia naye amekuja na ngapi? 1%. Hey, what's say this is normal. This is normal. But let me tell you, si tuko sawa?
Mimi niko sawa tu.
Unataka maji?
I have.
Uko na maji
Ask me something else.
Unataka bourbon?
Kwenda huko.
Baka Edisa amecheka. Edisa unajua bourbon ni nini? Anyway,
wacha kuuliza Edisa maswali ambayo hayana mwelekeo.
If we look at these numbers, Kalonzo 27%, this is now as far as presidential flag bearer is concerned. Mimi nikiulizwa hivi niseme, opposition, just like we were told yesterday by Honorable Kioni, watu waamue, they just give us a flag bearer and they all support that person, because if President Ruto has 32%, then it means these guys have got 68%. Oh no, wait, they have 50% because the undecided vote is at 18%. So they will have much more than William Ruto, and they already meet the threshold of 50+1. Si hapa nimetumia akili city.
Kuna hivi, waje tukwambie.
Mimi ni mathematician.
Wewe ni mathematician. All right?
Yes.
The Infotac business,
yes.
Inaitwa Infotac Elected Leaders Performance Rating 2026. All right? There's a message from the founder and CEO, a lady by the name of Angela Ambitho.
Yes.
Okay? What they did was they covered okay, the voices captured. Let's start with that one.
Yep.
It was sample size.
Ndio hiyo sasa.
82,286. Counties that were covered, 47 zote.
All of them.
Yes. A constituency represented 290. Okay? Wards and grassroots inclusion 1,450. Okay?
Okay.
So essentially
all wards.
Meaning,
yeah,
they did a very thorough job. And what were they looking for? Baba, ni vitu nyingi walikuwa naangalia.
Ati hebu niambie total number of sample size was what?
87,286.
Ngoja kidogo. 87,286. 286. So let me divide that by 1450 wards. So they spoke at each ward, they spoke with at least 60.1 person.
60.1. Why this rating matters, okay? They are rating in Mekusikia, by the way, 0.1 and muhimu sana. Democratic accountability, what the rating measures, what it does not measure, and the citizen centered judgment. They're saying iko hivi, it is not Infotac who are the ones who were doing the rating. No. They are not the ones who are rating the leaders.
Okay.
It is the who? It is the citizens. I will invite this lady so that she can come and explain to us in detail how they work, why they do what they do, and what it means.
Because for Babu Owino to show up in a poll such as this one, that means someone would ask a simple question: who would you prefer to be your next president of Kenya? Then someone says, me, Babu Owino. And that's how you find someone like Babu appearing in because he hasn't declared his interest for president for 2027. However, he has declared it for 2032. He actually said it because I interviewed him with Hanifa. Alisema bwana, the next president should be prepared for one term because I will take over in 2032. I was like, all right.
Sio ni mzuri.
Yes. And for us to have 18% of the Kenyans sampled to be undecided, again, someone was asked, who would you like to be your president come 2027? And they would say, hey, mi bado sioni hapa mtu kama mwenye anaweza nipatia Kenya natafuta kwa kiongozi. Hence why we end up with 18% undecided. All right. City, over to you.
Over to me.
Yeah.
All right. Why don't we look at what it is that the Business Daily is talking about? Okay, there's a gentleman we need to talk about, huh?
Yeah.
Because this gentleman is called Wanyonyi.
Yes. Timo Warana Wanyonyi.
No. This is an 800-meter runner.
Oh, yes, the guy who broke the record.
The 1,000-meter record. It is worth mentioning because he did a fantastic thing.
Yes, he did it in 2 minutes, I think 11 seconds.
Yes. Alikimbia ni kama nafukuzwa.
Yeah.
He actually did a wonderful thing.
Yeah.
Sasa huyu, this state recommendation that they keep dishing out to civil servants whose real purpose or reason for receiving hatuelewi.
Yes.
Okay? Uapewe.
Yeah.
The highest possible order, because when you break a world record, it's not a Kenyan record, it's not an African record.
Wewe ni bingwa wa dunia.
On the planet, nobody has done what you have done. That's what it means.
And he broke one that was set 27 years ago by another Kenyan.
Yes. So this is stupendous.
Yeah.
Hey.
I saw comments and one of the posts that was talking about Mr. Wanyonyi. Mtu akauliza ati kwani Waluo anakimbianga? Yes, Waluo kimbia.
I will not speak on that subject, lest it be said that I am being rude on radio.
All right.
Okay? Okay, so tutawacha hiyo hapo, sawa?
Twende kazi.
Okay. KRA Sport Pesa fight over seizure of 1 billion in telcos. Unajua, this country, we never lack for nice, lovely, appealing things to happen. The Kenya Revenue Authority and Milestone Games, which runs a Sport Pesa brand, are locked in a legal battle over the taxman's attempt to seize 1 billion belonging to the betting firm from banks and telecom operations. There are other things that we can talk about which are more important.
Okay.
7 insurance firms face IRA fines for reporting breaches. Okay? All right.
So they reported, but they've been fined.
Kuna kitu wamesema ambayo si fiti. 7 insurance firms are facing regulatory fines for missing deadlines to submit records of their business performance, including premiums received and claims paid out. Sawa.
Okay.
Yeah, hujatupatia rekodi mzuri. Disclosures by the Insurance Regulatory Authority, IRA, shows Definite Assurance Company, the Kenyan Alliance Insurance Company, the Monarch Insurance Company Limited, Star Discover Micro Insurance Company, Birdview Micro, yani kwani
Birdview Micro Insurance.
No, nimewacha hapo. I've never heard of these insurance companies.
The only one that I recognize there is actually Monarch.
Mimi nimewachana na hizo mingi.
At least Monarch nawajua.
Monarch I've heard of myself, but Birdview.
Monarch I know them because actually one of the managers was a friend of mine before they were retrenched last year.
All right. Quote, interest from invested road maintenance fund is taxable. Oh, really? Okay.
The interest from?
The High Court has revived the 2.9 billion tax claim against a state-owned Kenya Roads Board, saying that interest earned from investing surplus road maintenance funds is taxable. Wait a moment. We have surplus.
Yes.
Road fund surplus.
Ndio hiyo.
How? Surplus means umetumia,
we have more than we need.
Na imebaki. Sindio? But there are so many things that need to be done with that money, so many roads that need to be, and they're telling us we have a surplus. No, I think this reporting is perhaps which is a bit faulty. Why I'm saying it's a bit faulty, it is, they may have invested money and gained some profit, but I highly doubt if it was surplus, bwana. Or they're saying that it was the money that was supposed to be used in a particular financial year and it wasn't used fully.
Maybe.
Yeah,
maybe.
But no. But once you commit the money and you've gone through the processes of procurement and what have you, that money can't be counted as surplus.
So what should they have said instead of surplus?
They should have said there is a misunderstanding here between the Kenya Revenue Authority. Yes.
Okay.
And Kenya Roads Board regarding money that the Kenya Roads Board invested in blah blah blah. Yes. Because the moment you use the word surplus, alarm bells start ringing.
Yeah.
We have a surplus.
Okay.
It's like the Ministry of Education telling you that they had a surplus of
capitation.
Yes. So you pause and say, you have a what?
Surplus.
How? It is budgeted to meet the needs that exist, meaning it cannot possibly be, there can't possibly be a situation where you have a surplus. Because you have it, you disburse it. So where would the surplus come from?
What if they have disbursed it? Again, if now we are using this school idea, we have disbursed it, kila mtoto ako shuleni, kila mtu ako na uniform, vitabu zote ziko sawa, so kuna kapesa kamebaki hapa hivi. Hiyo si surplus?
No, it can't be a surplus. No.
Okay.
The budget is supposed to meet a need that was determined and assured. So it is based on the number of children that there are in that school. So surplus natoka wapi?
So
did half the school disappear? So that what was supposed to be used on that half now can't be used because they're not there. That's a surplus.
Okay.
Yes.
I get the logic now.
Yes. Sometimes it is a reporting issue. As we say, this language came with ships. Okay, what was I looking at? This one should be of interest to me. Payout checklist that protects your retirement savings. This one I have to read. Kenya is grappling with the retirement savings challenge. It is estimated that more than 70% of the workers retire without formal pension. Oh, that is absolutely true. And what are we going to do about it? Well, everything that I'm looking at here, I do not see anything that I want to talk about. So I'm going to stop looking at the Business Daily and I'm going to look at the Star newspaper. Okay. Star newspaper. How coffee reforms have lifted 700,000 farmers. Kirinyaga accounts for 2.37 million kilos or 39% of all direct sales. All right? Hii story ya coffee tuliongea. And we said, and we talked about how Kericho tops the list of people and then how Kirinyaga comes in and then Moranga comes in. But the story of coffee in the country continues to look goodest, meaning it keeps looking especially rosy for those who farm what? Coffee. Tea, on the other hand, is not doing so well. It is being said that those who buy coffee prefer, those who buy tea rather, prefer Ugandan and Rwandese tea, which are also sold in the auction that is in Mombasa.
Okay.
Remember the Mombasa auction?
Yes, I remember.
It is one of the largest in the world, if not the largest.
I discovered we have coffee in Machakos.
Yes, you do.
I didn't know. So I met during the Thailand Carpet Center Expo. I met a vendor. She was selling coffee, so I bought the coffee. Then I noticed imeandikwa Machakos. Nikamuuliza, ala, kuna chai Machakos? Akaniambia, then she told me that it even has a special flavor, which by the way I ascertained. It's not the kawaida coffee tunakunywanga huku hivi. I liked it and I was like, Allah.
Some of the coffee we drink here is called mud. Usifikiria, yes, it's mud. It's a technical term. I'm not insulting it.
Oh.
Yes, it's like, for instance,
are we eating matope?
Well, let me draw an analogy. It's like the tea that is in the tea bags. It's tea dust. Okay? I'm explaining to you. It is dust, tea dust. So usifikiria kwamba you are drinking some top tier tea from Kenya.
You don't say, CT.
No, I do say.
And you thought that we have the best tea
we do have
in the world.
No, we do have. There are teas and they're categorized. The one that I know of and the one which I like and which is aromatic to me.
Yes.
Okay? It's called a PF1. It's the sort of tea. I think I should bring it so that I can demonstrate.
Are you a tea connoisseur?
No, I'm learning to drink tea. I've never been a tea person.
Okay.
I'm in the process of learning, so I I know more about it, but I have friends who work in the tea industry for a long time.
Okay.
That's how I got to know what premium tea is like. You put just a teaspoonful on a sieve,
and the flavor is rich.
and then you pour water over it. Chief, you actually ask yourself what you've been drinking all along.
Is that bad?
I'll bring you the tea so that I have some.
Please.
I have friends who actually grow it.
Nataka nionje hiyo. Because hii ya Machakos nilionda, I was like,
Yep.
Mpaka nikamwongeza kitu akanambia pana, hiyo ndio flavor ya Machakos. Akanambia pia other areas have their own flavors.
They do.
So when you tell me that people prefer, you said Ugandan coffee.
Ugandan tea. But the reason why they prefer their tea is not the taste. Us, we added tax to ours.
Okay.
So ours is more expensive.
All right.
Hiyo ndio shida. Wale yao haina.
Okay.
But we produce really, really good tea. Oh yes. We even produce green tea, my man.
I know green tea.
Black tea, my man.
Kuna all kinds of teas.
We do. I've never actually drank green tea. I must try and drink it and see what it's like.
All right.
Sifuna natembea shake up Ruto's game plan in Western. This is what they're saying. Sifuna team as existing party as ODM divorce looms. When it happens,
yes,
we will observe and we'll see how that goes.
At which divorce is looming?
From ODM.
Okay. Sawa. Do stand by. We're getting into the news. When we return, I shall be giving you some shout-outs. Naona kuna watu hapa ambao wameingia with some very good comments on some of the happenings around the world and of course in the country. Right now though, let's have the news.
Radio generation, the sound is fine. Pump it up, turn it high all the time. Let the music move you, let's sway. Radio G's got your jam all day.
Radio Generation, the home of urban soul. This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. Interior Cabinet Secretary Kipchumba Murkomen says security agencies are working to end the use of guns and political violence in the country. Speaking in Turkana County, Murkomen said 20 suspects have been arrested over Sunday's violence in Kisumu and Nyahururu. He added that he has directed the Inspector General of Police to step up operations against goons and those funding them, regardless of their political affiliation or status.
Kila mmoja mwenye anafanya mabaya lazima apelekewe hatua ya kisheria. Kuna watu wanasema wanasiasa washikwe, tutawashika tu, tukishafikia hawa kwa evidence tutawashika. Lakini mtu ya kwanza ya kushikwa ni mwenye alipatikana na mawe, alipatikana na panga, alipatikana kupika mwenzake. Watu 14 wameshikwa huko Kisumu, watu karibu 10 wameshikwa huko Nyahururu. Na wote wamepelekwa kotini. Sasa huwezi laumu wizara kusema ati wizara haijafanya kitu. Sasa kotini pambane na wale tumewashika na waweke ndani hata miaka 20, ndio wale wako nje wapate funzo kwamba huwezi tumia vibaya vijana.
Civil society groups and human rights activists led by former Chief Justice David Maraga have accused the government of using police surveillance and intimidation to silence critics. The groups say officials from the Institute of Social Accountability have been followed by unknown people and now fear for their safety. They're calling on the Inspector General of Police Douglas Kanja to investigate the claims, ensure those responsible are held accountable, or accept personal responsibility.
At least 13 suspected state security officers in 4 Subarus attempted to gain entry into TISA offices. The men aggressively demanded the identification and surrender of the lawyer who works at TISA.
TISA is the latest defender of democracy to come under attack. An attack we believe has been instigated.
The government does not want to be held accountable. The government does not want to be questioned in whatever they are doing.
The Court of Appeal has upheld the conviction and death sentence of a man found guilty of robbery with violence. The 3-judge bench dismissed an appeal by Mwanzi Mbithi, saying both the trial court and the High Court has reached the correct decision. Mbithi was convicted of robbing a man of 15 mobile phones worth more than 183,000 Kenya shillings on Ronald Ngala Street in Nairobi in October 2016. The court heard that he used violence during the robbery. The Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission has urged young people to take the lead in the fight against corruption. Speaking in Nairobi during African Anti-Corruption Day celebrations, EACC Chairperson David Oginde said the youth have the energy and creativity to help build a more honest and accountable Kenya. Oginde said corruption is a choice made by individuals and can be stopped if anyone decides to do the right thing.
We have had movements across the continent that have risen up against unethical practices that sometimes are demonstrated by our leaders. These rising expectations remind us that promoting integrity is an important aspiration that we must commit ourselves to, because it helps to build our institutions so that corruption is reduced, if not eliminated, from among us.
The UAE accused Iran of a brazen attack on 2 tankers in the Strait of Hormuz on Monday, killing 1 and wounding 8. This as President Donald Trump said the U.S. will impose a 20% charge as part of a new blockade on the waterway. The U.S. president said they were hitting Iran very hard as strikes were launched for the 3rd consecutive night amid escalating attacks between the 2 countries. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast. Curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights. Radio Generation.
Welcome back. The time right now is 7 minutes past 7 o'clock. How are you doing? My name is Mungala Mbuvi. This is the People's Breakfast. You're on Radio Generation 88.8 FM in Nairobi, 90.7 in Mombasa, and 89.5 in Garissa. Shout out to Louise Rudasingwa all the way from Rwanda. Good morning to you, Biwot Boaz. Good morning, City and Mbuvi. Tuned in. Thank you so much, Nick. Biwot. And then Nick Bala. Morning. We recently sent our police to stabilize Haiti while we destabilize our homeland with goons economy. We must put an end to this monster before it devours us. Yes, I agree with you, Nick. Us sending cops to Haiti and us dealing with the situation here in the country, those are 2 different things. Trust me, like I was saying earlier on, our police force is among the best in the world. Orash Boni anasema good morning CD CT TT na Kakambuvi. Hapo kwa World Cup tuko na CT sako kwa bako. Did you guys see the Paraguayan sijui ni first lady akidai Mbappe ni Cameroonian anajifanya French, the back and forth Joe? Yes, she is rather a senator in Paraguay, and she said some really unfathomable stuff.
No, they were fathomable, all right. They were just racist. It's a wachana story. Yes. They were racist. I love plain and simple.
Yeah, true story.
Yes.
Creative Dan was good morning movie and city. Migori iko locked. Matiang'i is popular according to Victor Nyamoki.
Where exactly is he popular?
I mean, the guy has 12%. You want to tell me that's not popular?
12%?
Yeah.
Out of...
Kama wewe na Sifuna mko 12% na yeye azunguki design ya Sifuna. Yeye hawana sloganeering design ya Sifuna. Trust me, he's popular.
The question I'm asking is not an adversarial question.
I know.
You must be popular in a particular place. Let's say, for instance, I'm popular in Moroni, where I come from. Okay? And I'm popular with everybody.
Yeah.
it could contribute to a very large percentage. Yet if you move out of Moroni and go to the next constituency, Nyando, they couldn't give a flying hoot about me.
Yes.
See, so I'm asking, where is he popular?
But of course, tukianzia na home county and home region, the Kisii area, huko Nyamira ni nini, saizi Matiang'i ndio kusema bwana.
Yes, he actually he is.
Yes.
He is.
Matiang'i saizi ndio kusema bwana, na uwezi ku nini. Aya, but yeah, Victor, thank you so much. Kagema amesema, gents, morning Mzee CT, the other two ministers before Murkomen had an idea and a plan. The answer is Murkomen is a failure. Anafu ameweka in Atuoli's voice. Even when he was in roads, he failed. Hafai kuwa CS at all. Danson Kenya amesema, good morning CT and Movie and fellow patriots. With the current ghoulism trajectory, I see ICC swallowing people. And last but not least, kuna Lilian Hendi amesema, good morning CT and Movie. Ati Athi River iko hot on air. Sifuna bado hatoshi mboga. Hana agenda moto kama ya William Samoei. Okay, that is Lilian. Shukran Lilian kwa sentiments hizo. Tunashukuru ya kwamba uko nasi asubuhi ya leo. Lakini kwa sasa tuko naye mgeni wetu, tunatarajia mwingine afike hapa. We have the convener of Interparties Youth Forum, that is Kidi Mwaga. Kidi, a very good morning to you and welcome back to Radio Generation.
A very good morning.
Nice to see you after a very long time.
Of course, good to see you.
Ulikuja hapo ukapotea. Michai yetu ndio iko anga inatosha mboga ama iko na sukari ya kutosha?
I think we pick this fight with our sister Edna.
Yes. She's the one who's not been calling you.
She sometimes abandon friends like the way America does.
Yeah. I like this jacket you're wearing. I like the bow tie. I like the shirt.
What? Just say this guy has threaded today. If I wanted to ask him.
No.
Bro.
He always threads nowadays.
No. He has always threaded, but today he has outdone himself.
Oh yes.
But I want to ask him, bro. Tunaenda happy baada hii.
Well, I am brother to City, and where City comes from, threading is the order of the day.
So say no more.
Yes.
City, patia ndugu yetu hapa methali, alafu tuingie katika mazungumzo yetu.
Okay.
Benin.
The fool searches, by the way, Benin was the country that was previously known as Dahomey.
Yes.
Dahomey Kingdom.
Bas, there's even a movie. Paul?
Yes, it is called The Woman King.
Yes.
Lead actor is called Viola Davis.
Yes.
And that movie is
it is the story of that particular kingdom. And actually it is true. Of course, there's literary license that people take when making a movie.
Yeah.
But they're creating a story of something that actually happened and was true.
Yes. It's an awesome movie.
Dahomey. That's what Benin was.
What's the name of the movie again?
The Woman King.
Okay.
It's on Netflix if you subscribe.
Okay,
go find it.
Okay. The fool searches for the snake in the hole from which the mud was taken.
The fool searches
for the snake in the hole from which the mud was taken. You need to picture how people built traditional houses, and sometimes the mud which was used or the clay was mixed with sand to make it stronger. But you dug up the earth. It is the earth that you use to make the walls. Of course, you created a structure in which the mud could fit.
The frame, yeah, meat.
Yes, and the intertwining fixtures.
Yes.
However, it always created a hole in the ground. Yes. So this is the reference point. The fool is the person who's now looking for a snake in that hole. And that hole exists because
umechimba ukatoa matope pale ndio ujenge nyumba.
One thing about a hole
is
that when you are in a hole, you are in a place where exit is highly controlled. You cannot quickly or easily run away from danger.
Very true.
And so when they say a fool searches for a snake from the hole where the mud was dug, is that this is someone who has gone into a place where ideally they know that the risks are enormous and return on investment in regards to that risk are also very minimal.
Yes.
But then they willfully place themselves in a place of danger. But then that danger does not promise any greater return.
Wow.
In law, we have a doctrine called voluntary non-fit injuria.
Okay, umesikia bwana.
Any voluntary injury.
Very good, brilliant.
Bro, nilienda shule but anyway.
It shows. It shows.
Hebu mwambie ingine tusikia.
Focus.
And so my interpretation of this is that then when people willfully place themselves in the way of danger, and that danger or risk does not promise higher return on investment, then that is someone we could gladly classify as a fool.
You know, you've actually interpreted it differently from how I did it, because City gave me the same thing this morning.
Yes.
And I like this one as well.
It's beautiful.
Yeah.
It's actually beautiful.
Yeah.
The bit that I like is a picture that is painted of the difficulty with which you can actually get out of a hole once you're in it. Exit sifiti vile.
Yeah.
Use good term. It is controlled.
This guy is a critical thinker.
And you can't have 3 people getting out of that place at once. Utatoka moja moja.
Ni kweli.
And usually utatoka head first. Well, you can leave feet first if you like.
It depends on how that. Kama hole iko chini hivi, haitabidi kichwa kwanza.
Yes.
Thank you so much, Kidi, for that one.
Asante.
Let's talk about some of these issues that have been plaguing the country. Goonism. We've been talking about goonism now since tulianza wakati wa maandamano.
Yes.
Wakati wa 2024 ndio goonism ilianza kuongelewa venye inaongelewa saizi.
Yes.
We always had goons before. Let's not lie to ourselves.
Yes.
But since maandamano ya 2024 wakati wa reject finance bill,
it has become a crisis.
Yeah. So now it was mentioned that once goons have infiltrated maandamano, so but now it's even gone beyond maandamano.
They actually called it the Gunzi.
A Gunzi now is beyond maandamano.
Yes.
Gunzi everywhere now.
Yes.
Political rallies, Gunzi are now even just kawaida, munajipata kwa barabara wameblockade Thika Road huko, wanasumbua tu kwa barabara. What's not happening?
Before I respond,
yeah,
there was a Facebook post by my friend Professor Vincent Okothongore.
All right.
And Professor Vincent Okothongore in that post says that he had gone to a private event in his home village in Magoya. And then this private event was interrupted by goons who are demanding that they must be given something before that event could continue.
Okay.
I am mentioning that as food for thought. It will become relevant as we speak, as we have this conversation. Last night, my big sister was on Citizen TV.
Okay.
And I loved something she said about the goons subculture, political subculture that is now emerging.
Who's your big sister?
Faith Odhiambo.
Okay.
Yes, my big sister Faith Odhiambo was on Citizen TV, and I loved what she said about the emerging goon subculture.
Okay.
She said that goons it is not only a supply side issue, but it is also a demand side issue, which finds itself at the center of political financing. So, and that part is true to the extent that what is the role of politicians in regards to the emergence of gunzi as a subculture in politics.
Right.
So young people have constantly been used by politicians to do certain things or to achieve certain ends politically. But more often than not, especially where it is convenient, we have wanted to quickly call it a policing issue. I'm saying that while the law enforcement agencies have got a responsibility to constantly make sure that we disrupt some of these elements, but from where I sit, I think that it is a political issue and also an economic issue.
Yes.
I call it an economic issue because I will also speak to the question of radicalization, polarization, and political extremism.
All right.
And so the fundamental question is that then what is the driver of radicalization, of polarization, and political extremism? It is an economic issue where you have got so many young people, that, like Kenya does, who have gone to school, who have got higher ambition. And when I talk of higher ambition, I mean of the promise of upward social mobility.
Yes.
But then you also are confronted with very diminishing opportunities for these people. as a consequence, in moments such as this, then these young people look around and they see the lives that the politicians are living, and they think that, or they feel that they can have a bit of that.
Okay.
And so because you've got young people who have gone to school, some of them are quickly able to mobilize themselves as leaders of the purveyors of violence.
Okay.
The place of the policing, the place of the police in it is to make sure that we disrupt these people. But before we lay the blame to the police.
Yes.
As we have this conversation, I will speak to how the investments that should and must be made, or are already being made, to make sure that we take away the vulnerability in the populace that makes it possible for young people
to be violent,
to become goons, to become purveyors of violence, and to become susceptible to radicalization, to extremism, and to all these things. Thank you.
All right. Our second guest in studio is Omwansa M. Omwansa. Hiyo kitu karibu ni Jume Ulime uko kambani atusemangi hizi vitu zote. But Omwansa, good morning and welcome to Radio Generation.
A very good morning.
Nice to have you with us. I was just having a conversation with Kidi here on this issue of goons. But one question, because you are the UDA Gen Z party leader, a question has been asked even in the papers. Why is the president so silent on this particular issue? And as a member of UDA party also, we are just asking ourselves, mwelekeo as far as party positions on this issue of goonism iko wapi? But let's start with the fact that Kenyans are asking, why is the president so silent on this? Why do you think he's silent on this?
The president is not silent, and thank you so much for the opportunity. This is Omwansa M. Omwansa. Good to see my good friend here, Kidi, doing the Lord's work on the other side. The president is not silent. The president, as a government, we are really doing a lot to ensure that we are ending this, because one thing that we agree is that we are not heading we are not heading at the right way by having these guns. We might end up to be another Haiti or something if we continue like this.
True.
But again, like I said, the president doesn't just respond to anything anytime anyhow. There are structures in government, and we have seen every day my super CS and my super PS for interior, Murkomen Wakili and Raymond Omolo, HSC. These two have been really on the forefront to ensure that they are trying to curb this goonism.
Right.
But now the politicians from both divides, while I was walking in, I overheard my good friend talking about politicians in government using guns, using youths. No, it's not. Like if you see the other day what happened in Nairobi, I mean, how is it? My question has always been one: how is it that the leaders from the opposition always foresee that there is going to happen, such things are going to happen?
We asked the same question actually.
Exactly. Now I'll also take you to Kisumu the other day on Sunday, where we had a governor for Siaya. You saw goons.
And Nairobi senator.
Yes. You saw the goons from you saw the young people walking with machetes, walking with
bows and arrows.
And then we have a photo in yesterday's paper from a county official of Siaya County, a staff working for one governor, James Orengo, with the bows. So tell me how.
Hold on. Yes. I also saw a similar photo. Someone aliweka kasako livi na akasema this is a Siaya County worker.
Yeah, worker staff.
How do we know? Is it verified? Do we have his staff number? Do we know the department he works in that particular county of Siaya?
Good. And that's also a question. How do you know that is the government who sends goons on the streets? Because they have been claiming that.
Yeah.
So how can they justify? At least for us, they blanket and say that the government, the politician in government, they're using youths. But for now, we have singled it down to one person.
Can I at least say why they would say the government is involved in goonism? Because if you remember maandamano ya last year, kuna wakati we saw police and people with batons walking hand in hand. The police were in their police vehicle, the Land Cruiser that they usually use, na kuna watu walikuanga na zile mamikwaju. Ni mikwaju hizo vitu amani, viboko. Walitembea na viboko.
Those things are not viboko. They're actually sold in the supermarket as handles. You can actually use them for
kichimbi.
Exactly. They're things you are attached to.
Yes.
But these gentlemen clearly sought them for other nefarious activities.
So kulikuanga na hawa walikuwa wanatembea na hizo jembe, then or rather vishikilio vya jembe. Then there's the issue of even in like you've mentioned Nyahururu, the bodyguard or driver to Irungu Kangata was shot with a rubber bullet. Now I don't know who in this country owns rubber bullets other than the government. Maybe that is the reason people are saying government is really involved in the violence that we're seeing.
Good, and that's why we agree that both of us, the opposition and government, we really need to come together and fight this. We need to agree that it's high time we stop goonism, because personally I'm not happy. I'm not even safe. But I don't go to those rallies anymore. Personally, I don't go to those rallies.
As a UDA?
As a UDA, we are always peaceful. Ujawai yana tukiwa na nini. Zenye zinakuanga na mavita ni za hawa ndugu zetu hapa. So what I'm saying is this. You're talking about, UDA niambie wapi. We have had Ol-Kalou very peaceful. We have had very peaceful events. Ours are meetings and gatherings. But for them, they are rallies. Sisi, we are very peaceful. Na sisi ni watu wa UDA, ni watu wapenda amani. This is the point. You're talking about the police escorting, the young people with
alleged goons.
Alleged goons. Mimi msewa mtaa. Hapo Mkuru sisi tuko na mabizi zetu, si ndio? CBD na unaona Mkuru ukiwa railway tu unavuka unaingia CBD. So we realize that most of us busy ziko CBD. So the reason why the police were working with us young people is because to realize kwamba the police are not protecting our business anymore. They were overwhelmed na majenzi wakati goons walikuja wakaingilia katikati wakaanza kubomoa vitu zetu. So for what importance is it should you trust the police at that time? Not now. Sahi bana 25th juzi 7 kila mtu amekaa nyumbani na biashara imechungwa vizuri sana. So that time, that's when the business people felt we need to protect our whatever.
So the people who were working with the police at the time were business people protecting their businesses.
Yeah, that's what they say. They spoke on media.
Even when they were just caught in the streets randomly just robbing people and beating people.
That is the point.
That was them protecting their businesses.
That is the point. Now you have to tell us from utupe picha ya ule mwenye alikuwa huko akitembea na polisi na huyo anabomoa. Unaelewa? Because after all,
those videos exist.
Of course. But if ukituletea mtu mmoja mwenye alikuwa huko na polisi na amekuja tena ameonekana anabomoa, then that person na hiyo video sasa ndio tutatumia kuchukulia huyo mtu hatua. That's what we should be doing. So for me, I'll say that we should stop blame games. Let us work together. Let us work together. And I really want to know, why is it that the opposition and the Linda Mwananchi leaders always, are they prophets? Are they seers? That they always see and know
and predict violence.
That tomorrow kama ile surely let's be realistic. Gachagua juzi amesema hapa, ameambia anaitwaje governor Irungu Kangata, usijaribu kuja Ol-Kalou, usijaribu kuja Kierere. Hata 48 hours haijaisha askari wake driver wake ndio ashapigwa ridhe. So it raises a lot of questions.
Ridhe ni risasi city. Rithe ni risasi.
I was still working that out in my mind. I was saying, as this guy was shot at the same time, was shot to the Rithe. I was thinking now.
No, Rithe
was shot twice.
Alikula Rithe yani alifiatuliwa risasi.
Okay. But let me ask you this question. Bwana Omwanza, thank you for honoring the invitation.
Yes, sir.
Does UDA have a plan to provide opportunities for the youth ambao ni wengi sana? 70+% of our population youth. Is there a plan?
The plan has been there even before we came to power. And you can see my dad, my president, the 5th president of the Republic of Kenya, is doing much to deliver the plan, as he promised. And we can agree. Unemployment has been there all this time. Unemployment didn't exist immediately after he came to power. So one way to end goonism, of course, is to provide opportunities for these young people. And the opportunities, like I said, we have thousands plus one opportunities. Like you can see the constructions that are going around. You can see the other day we gave out the second batch of the Nyota. And if we understand Nyota is given to the, sorry to say, I'm not trying to categorize these goons, but you realize that the goons who come to the streets, these are not really elite people. These are not really, they're learned, but not, to masters, to PhD. I don't know, maybe they could be.
Can I assist you?
Yes, please.
The Nyota Fund was intended for people who ordinarily would not qualify for the facilities that the government offers. It was for people who probably didn't even get to Form 4. They don't even have Form 4 certification.
That's where I'm coming, sir.
Okay.
That's where I was coming.
Yes.
That's why I'm saying.
Yes.
These the people who went to school.
Yes.
Maybe they are doing some IT work. They are maybe hata kama wako unemployed, they still have hope.
Yeah.
But sasa goons wenye okay, si goons wale wenye hawakufika form 4 si waita goons. Please. So unaona hawa wenye wako mtaani au ndio wanatumika because they didn't maybe reach to Form 4.
Okay.
So that's why my dad came with that plan for Nyota. So that pia wao because we promised bottom up. So we are coming kwa ule mtu mwenye huko chini, sio watu wako university peke yao.
Okay.
That's why we gave out this Nyota, and you realize thousands of them got the fund, and those who used it very well. The other day somebody asked me, nilipewa hustler fund ya 20,000 30,000, nilifanyia nini? I told them I bought a motorbike without
wewe ulipatiwa Nyota Fund?
See, Nyota Fund, hustler, I took a loan for hustler fund.
Okay.
So I didn't qualify for Nyota Fund.
Okay.
So the hustler fund I took it, I bought a motorbike nimelipa loan sasa imeisha, hata ndio nimekuja nayo iko hapa chini. So if you use that money very well, you can be able to change your life and maybe start a different kind of life. That's what we're talking about.
It's better than very many funds that we've had. Yes. Because it has what we call a hand-holding capacity. It's not that you just given money and told go forth.
Go ye.
Yes. They actually hand-hold you, meaning they walk you through a process. One, you're trained.
Good.
Two, as you go on with your business, they try and shepherd and follow up to see what it is that you are doing. So it's not money that is just given and they begin to announce that. Number three, they partnered with the institutions that can actually do the training. So it's not government training. It's people who know how to train entrepreneurs and people who have an understanding of business, the theory and the practice of it. So that's what makes Nyota unique.
We'll talk about Nyota in a second, but Kidi,
yes,
some of the things that he has said, do you agree with some of those sentiments that he put out? Especially on the issue of goons, that it's like the opposition pekee wanakuwa attacked, so hao ndio ni kama wanajiorganize hizi goons. I don't know, maybe that's what he meant in very many words, but what do you think?
I think that I will not contradict anything my brother has said, because I think he has spoken very well. The only thing I think I must say, especially considering the burden of responsibility I think I might bear, is that then goonism and the attendant violence is something we must collectively frown upon. Whoever is the merchant, whoever is the victim, we must reject it. We have seen this type of violence in places like Homa Bay. We have seen when Governor Orengo was going those sides. The last weekend we saw it in Kisumu. We have also seen it in several other places. One thing you can't deny is the correlation between that violence and politicians. That is undeniable. And so I think that one, at the political level, at the demand level, we must be able to deal with it. Who is this? Who is then procuring these young people as then purveyors of violence? That I think must be dealt with. Again, one other thing that I think is of essence that we must not lose sight of is the economic aspect to it as a contributing factor. The vulnerability, the lack of opportunity, and what brings us here, and the investments that we have got to make sure that then we change the landscape of this goon culture,
yes.
Goon culture, yes. Goon subculture, yes.
Back to Nyota.
Yes.
Of course, when Kenya Kwanza government took over, walijaribu kuleta hizi ma funds, for example Hustler Fund,
yes,
which in my opinion was a very brilliant idea.
Yes.
Unfortunately, some people have abused that particular opportunity. We were even told at one point there are some billions that have been lost in Nyota Hustler Fund because people have refused to repay.
Yes.
But yesterday there was this headline. I don't know if you guys had the chance to look at it on the People Daily. Wakasema illusion of a windfall, Nyota Fund, youth face harsh economic realities and collapse. And then they said, after receiving what many see as a lifeline, beneficiaries are coming face to face with financial ruin as their capital is rapidly swallowed by county levies, expensive energy, and aggressive taxation. So I'll take it back to you.
Yes.
Nyota Fund inasaidia kweli? And I'll start with you, Kidi Bado.
I think Nyota Fund inasaidia.
Inasaidia the vast majority. Of course unajua tunaweza pata hapa Nyota Fund sisi wanne.
Yes.
Mimi nitumie vizuri lakini nyinyi mfanye vitu zingine nayo.
Wait, why is it us who are misusing Nyota Fund? Why don't you say we use it well and you're the one who misuses it?
What's the point? I mean, and who is this majority?
Siti mic yako ndazima.
No, who is this majority?
No, but I'm just asking, going with this headline.
I think for purposes of accountability, let me first remind the viewer that I am a member of the broad-based administration.
Okay.
And so let me speak of the investment we have made as a government.
All right.
In regards to making sure that then we are able to provide opportunity to young people, but even in the context of the difficult economic and the fiscal reality that the government has had to operate in. Nyota Fund appreciates that there are so many young people spread all over this country with very brilliant ideas, but some of those ideas are unable to take off because of very small monies that, if extended to them, would see the ideas transform into businesses.
Yes.
But then, as my brother Siti has told you, is that then giving people money is not enough. The good book says that giving people fish is not enough. You teach them how to fish.
Yes.
It is against that backdrop that the president, in his infinite wisdom, decided to make sure that in giving people this money, then let people be trained.
Yeah.
But training is also not enough. Let that hand holding, let her saving elements come to it.
Yes.
So that then, while not all the businesses, all the monies we will give out will turn into business, but there will be an experience that these young people will gain from all that process. Two, there are ideas that will actually turn into business, and those business can then, those ideas then can be scaled up.
Yeah.
I will tell you that part of the problem this country has been facing is the question of MSME financing. And the problem with the MSME financing is that credit in this country has always been around collateral or collateral financing. When you go to other jurisdictions, financing is actually based on ideas. That when you have an idea and you can defend it very well, you can actually be able to get funding and have that, and with hand-holding, and have that idea turned into a business.
Okay.
So let me speak about that is MSME financing. There is already an idea at Treasury called the Credit Guarantee Scheme, where I think the Treasury has mobilized the Kenya Bankers Association, putting up 70%, and the government giving 30% to set up credit guarantee scheme.
Okay.
This credit guarantee scheme is targeting the Juakali sector, where young people in the Juakali sector are able to have government becoming the guarantor for the loans extended to them.
Okay.
These loans are calculated at ensuring that some of the small businesses these young people are doing is able to be scaled up. Why is this important? You know that to create employment, we must have private sector thriving.
Very true.
But the private sector has been on the decline in the last 12, 13 years, in part because of some of the mistakes we made in the last decade, 2014, 2015, how we raided how government was raiding the banks for loans, and therefore that has made it very difficult for the private sector to expand enough to be able to absorb some of the young graduates that we keep minting every year.
Right.
As long as young people are vulnerable, as long as young people do not have food on the table, trust me, violence will become part of that of our subculture.
All right.
Because politicians will always be ready to demand for their services. Thank you.
And you know that idea for treasury, you may eat a what treasury? Something
credit guarantee scheme.
That, in my opinion, is a better option than Nyota and all those other things.
But it is part of the graduated investments that we are making as a government.
Yeah, I think that one would have been a better idea, but
no, it is already being implemented.
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
Yes,
in my opinion,
yes,
that one would probably even have more success than Nyota.
Actually, no.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
You have to start people at a level that they're already at before you graduate them.
Good.
So Nyota starts people with an idea, a small business. You grow that, because by the time the government is giving you a guarantee, it's not for Nyota. It's for maybe a financial institution that can offer you 4 or 5 times what it is that Nyota could give you.
Exactly.
So it is part of a scheme, and where you are right is that it actually is the engine that now transforms the economy.
Yes.
You know why I'm saying it is a better idea?
Yes.
Because I feel like it comes with more responsibility as opposed to me getting quote unquote free money. Now, if I'm given Nyota fund today, I might or I might not succeed in the business, right? Or I might or might not even invest it in the business the government thought I would be investing in.
Yes.
So I might take that 22,000 and like we've had some people doing because at the end of the day in your story, but when I go to a bank, let's say I go to Cooperative Bank, and the government guarantees me for a loan, and I'm able to get even 500,000 shillings. I will be very serious with that money, because I know at the end of the day I have got to pay this money back. And that's what I was saying, in my opinion, perhaps, and I needed to explain, I think it is
a better idea.
Option.
But let me say this before I yield the floor to my brother Omwansa. We are in 2026.
Yes, we are.
We are less than 14 months to the election. And therefore, sitting here in this studio, I will not speak as a bystander.
Yeah.
I will speak as a citizen of this country who appreciates what is at stake both economically and politically. I must say that from where I sit, our captain is a bridge between our past that we all say is not good enough and the golden future that we are all striving for, and the young people have called it the Kenya we want. Why do I call William Ruto the golden bridge? One, as you put it, that Nyota fund is free money. A bit of correction.
Yes.
This is not free money. One thing that has been happening about credit in this country is that credit has always been attached to a collateral. When you look at the collateral element of financing, so many young people do not have access to some of these things we call collateral. Look at the number of title deeds that have been given in the last 1 decade by President Kenyatta. While those efforts are laudable, but you realize that so many young people previously, or so many Kenyans, not just young people, didn't have access to land and to title deeds. And so even when the title deeds that have been issued under President Kenyatta and now President Ruto, you realize that they are not in the hands of young people per se. At the same time, you look at the KNBS report, 2026, it says that 68% of young people are out of work. And it says that 15 are what you call not in employment, not in education, not in training. This 15% is the most vulnerable segment of the young people.
Okay.
Why is it important to point out this 15% that is not in employment, not in education, and not in training? They're the most vulnerable. They're adults.
Yeah.
They are in their early 20s or mid 20s or even early 30s. Naturally, they want to start families or have got desire to start families, but they've got nothing going on for them. Some of these young people have got genuine ideas. And that is why, as a government, and I've said that it is part of the graduated investment we are making.
Yeah.
One, we have got what is called recognition of prior learning.
Yeah.
Someone has been a mechanic for the last 5, 6, 7 years. Government should be able to identify and recognize the experience he has collected over time. Secondly, so that if this individual wants to further the education, they should be able to given a chance.
Very true.
To then further education, get a diploma, get a certificate, and all that. Secondly, is that then we say that then some of them, because they are running some of these small enterprises,
yes,
a garage here, and a car wash there, and all these things, that then we should be able to help them get the necessary support they need.
Okay.
Some of the machines these young people require could be 15,000, could be 20,000, could be 30,000. So that is why we said that first phase, this money is 50,000. But first phase, let us give 25, or let us give 20. Then see how you work with that 20, and then we give you another.
Okay.
One of the things we must recognize is that when you give you 20, you could easily talk to your relatives, to your friends, to give you 10 to help you top up.
Yes.
So that when the other batch comes, then you realize that you are good to go.
Okay.
We are not saying that all this is a silver bullet, but we are saying that the critical first steps that must be made to ensure that our young people are not vulnerable.
All right.
But let me say the last point.
Okay.
But in the instances where the government, where some of these businesses take off, the banking sector as it is has been very afraid of the MSME because they think that they are high risk lenders. So that is where the president has then brought in the credit guarantee scheme for MSMEs
from Treasury now.
From Treasury now, so that then working with the Kenya Bankers Association, and Treasury, we make sure that the young people whose businesses are running successfully, but are overwhelmed with some of these levies we are mentioning,
and the taxes,
and some of these taxes are the fiscal reality we are operating in.
Very true.
So then there is the hand of both the Treasury and the Treasury Chief, John Mbadi, and the President are tied.
Okay.
But then we must find how we extend help to these young people in businesses or running small enterprises to be able to take off as the President manages the macroeconomics to ensure that in the next 3-4 years we are able to bring the tax burden down. Thank you.
Thank you. Omwanza, from what you said, do you have anything to add or subtract before I ask the next one? Because I want us now to talk about 2027.
No, my brother is doing very well. Is doing what the government should be doing in terms of communication, and letting people know what we are doing, because that's where we have a challenge. What I just had, I was to disagree.
It isn't actually a challenge. It's where you have failed as a government. That's not a challenge.
It's a challenge.
A challenge is a minor problem, like you've knocked your knee or something. That's a challenge. You're limping. But this one is not limping. It's a failure. That if the government communicated effectively, half of the narratives that we hear being leveled against the government wouldn't have the roaming free capacity that they have, because they would be challenged by the explanations and the narrative that the government would have in stating what they are doing. But because they do that very ineffectively, other people take control of that narrative and run away with it.
Yeah, that's why we are here, my senior. That's why we are here now as young people, to be the flag bearers of those good news and what the government is doing in terms of, for example, now what I was trying to disagree with my good friend is that you're talking about the government being your collateral, going to the bank and getting that half a million. So how can you take half a million seriously if you can't take 20,000 seriously, honestly? No, it starts from that. That's why I'm taking you back to the definition of nyota.
Yeah.
The definition of nyota, youth opportunities for transforming, and advancing and all that. So you realize that it is a continuous process. We're not just giving you 22,000 and 25,000 and that is it. No, we are not. Like my senior said, we are, teaching you, we are giving you skills. We are guiding you on how to the saving culture. I've been in those forums and trainings, many of them. I've listened keenly, and it really, really helps. Even without that 22,000 being given, trust me, any serious young person in this country, taking seriously those training that they're being given, you can change your life and you can transform it to on a different level. So I personally, I appreciate and I want to thank my dad for those opportunities. When we say that dad cares, that is what we mean. Because we have seen a leader who really wants not only to give you handouts, but gives you skills. We have heard the stories that we hear on media, like the other day when we had 17 counties, and all that. These people are not being trained, to come and say, oh, so I opened a business. We saw a lady who started a business of selling these they call caskets, she had jeneza. Mwenyewe msichana hata nilikuwa nazanga ametoa wapi such an idea. Alianza na 1, 2, 3 akaona kuna matanga hapa from Nyota Fan. Kwa broker kupeana hiyo jeneza, anaenda na on behalf. Ndio wakati alipata hiyo nyota na hiyo training, akaona kumbe I can do this. She started that pole saidi akona wafanyikazi wawili. Wanasaidia kwa outsource. Sasa mtu kama huyo hata ukimpea 1 million, so unaona huyo ni mtu anaweza fungua biashara mzuri. So that is some of the things the government is doing to give young people opportunities. And that's the conversation we should be talking. So kama saidi tunasema okay, nyota imesaidia ama imefail, ni wapi tuna improve. But at least what I'm happy is the people from the other side of political, they are also agreeing with us. Wanasema yes inasaidia lakini ni kidogo. So unaona tukiingia 2027 tunaenda kufanya nini? Kuongeza.
But let me ask, those who say ni kidogo compared to what?
That's my question as well.
Maybe wanataka hiyo 500,000.
No. I mean 25,000. Ni kidogo compared to what? Along this street here, the people who are conducting businesses. Kuna watu wanachoma mahindi hapa. That's true. There are some ladies ambao wanakana with these buckets wanauza ngumu. Okay?
Na chai.
Yeah, the others who, if that person got 25,000 shillings, do you know what that would do to their business?
Atafungua mkahawa.
Precisely. There are those who are determined that there is nothing this government will do right. Okay? I've accepted, so I know. They will find something it doesn't matter. There are people who on a sunny day, yani jua inawaka mbaya, wanatafuta cloud. Jua anawachana hiyo jua. Ile cloud. But even as I say that, successive governments, including this one, have been responsible for the attitude that banks have. Because with a brief hiatus that the Kibaki government gave us, when the government is the main borrower from the banks, they crowd out money for the citizenry.
That's true.
The difference with this government is that they've come up with a credit scheme which is a guarantee. When you have securitization, it's the same thing. What guarantees the lender? It is the amount that has been securitized. So in this instance, the government is securitizing. But I want to take you a little back. There are structures that existed within the government of Kenya. Remember, let's take the government as a continuum. It didn't come into being when William Ruto became president.
That's correct.
We've had governments, even the colonial times we had a government. Okay? We had structures that enabled people to, one, pilot, work with SMEs and move on, and entities that could finance you when you got to that stage. The smaller unit was called Kenya Industrial Estates. You will find them in very many huge towns. They even had land, they even had buildings that one could hire, and they had expertise who could train you and walk you through the processes. If your business grew, you could then go to ICDC. It was industrial, commercial, and in the commercial, industrial, and development corporation. It could give you the money that you wanted. That's why an institution like HACU came into being, uchumi which died, uchumi which gave rise to all these supermarkets you see. There are many institutions that ICDC funded. We had African tours and hotels. It was a parastatal. The government actually owned hotels all over the country. You hear of Kakamega Golf, you hear of Sunset Hotel, hotels like Mombasa Beach Hotel, Kilaguni. I am saying Kericho Tea Hotel. All these hotels received funding from ICDC. Was an engine that was purposed to actually propel industrialization.
Yes.
I'm told the name change. It is called National Development Corporation now. What am I saying? The government guarantee scheme works well if there is a vehicle through which it does these things, not treasury.
Yes.
Yes, you can say treasury. There has to be an independent unit whose function is just that, so we know and we can measure. Treasury does too many things. The moment such a function is centered only in the treasury, there are so many things that you will not be able to do, because when you have a problem, unaanza wapi na unaenda wapi. What am I saying? I am saying the next level thinking is how these nations you call the tiger nations thought. They had vehicles through which they funded organizations that later became multinationals.
Yes.
China does the same, Korea does the same, Japan does the same. So when you see these big corporations, there's a government hand somewhere. You just don't see it. But it's what makes them strong. So they keep growing. So the scheme we have is an excellent idea. But if there were units that were created specifically to run this, again, it will meet with criticism. And these are my thoughts, because I've seen what the other ones could do.
Yes.
And I'm saying this because an entity whose focus is just that benefits you more than if such a thought process or an idea is in a center like treasury where so many other things happen. It requires its own setup where you know if you wish to do A, B, C, D, that is where you go for it. My thoughts.
Yeah, anything to add?
No, I agree, and that is exactly what we are doing, as a government. When you talk about Nyota, the PS Susan Mangeni,
yes,
there's a team specifically for that. There is a whole structure for that. Hustler Fund is not being given from Treasury and all that. We have a team or an office in charge of that. A whole team, so you can always reach out. You can always, it is working independently. It doesn't it depend on all others. So that's what we are doing, and we are very happy, and we are taking those opinions as a country, as young people. Like we said, we have a challenge in communication, but now we have taken it up as young people, as the UDA Gen Z leader.
Yes,
this is the only party that has a leader that has given Gen Zs an opportunity. There's no party that has a leader for Gen Z. Some are still leaderless out there. So we have to be organized. Like my dad said, lazima tujipange. Namna hii mambo inakuwa sawa. Yes. So si tumejipanga, and we are going down to take ideas like my senior said, so that even when we are going to sit with our dad, namwambia maze vijana wanadai hii na hii. Hii inasaidia, Nyota Fund iko sawa. Sasa maybe ongezea pia watu maybe wenye lienda university wenye wana kazi pia wafanya nini, pia wapate kitu, maybe kuwaive help loans or wapewe some leeway, because most of them inawasumbua, wameanza kupata messages na hawana job, unaelewa. So those are some of the things that we really need to look at.
Your dad has been accused of bribery, especially ukule Ol-Kalou. Inasemekana serikali imetoa pesa mingi sana.
Bribery gani bana?
Si yote nikuelezea.
Hapana, tumia jina lingine, hakuna bribery.
Si nimalize alafu.
Ana overwork.
Si nimalize alafu.
Hiyo ni correct. Hiyo jina bribery.
He didn't say. He said he has been accused.
So your dad it is said.
Yes.
Your dad it is said that has spent lots of money in Ol-Kalou. Not vitanda mattresses zimepeanwa kule, watu wameletewa stima, wameletewa mpaka gas cylinders and so on and so forth.
Please don't forget the boats.
Oh yes, there's the issue of boats. Wacha watu wapatiwe boat waogelee nazo.
Bro, kukiwa na flooding area hiyo, watu wata move namna gani?
Boats zitasaidia.
Very good.
Lakini sasa, you see, the question here is, Is this going now to become the norm? Are we going to see now that we are getting to a general election? I come from Kitui County, for example, a place called Tungutu. Mtakuja Tungutu mupeane mabots huko, mupeane vitanda, mattresses,
boats, bro.
gas. Boat itakuwa shida. Our rivers are dry. But we don't mind them just in case it floods. But you get what I mean? Are you going to come to my constituency and do the same so that we can also enjoy these government facilities? For example, to be honest, my grandmother's homestead haina stima. Sasa tutaletewa stima pia wakati wa election come next year.
Sasa unaona hapo kwa stima, kwa stima hata nikupeleka kwanza na statement yako kwanza that it's alleged my dad is bribing and all doing. That's not bribery. Okay. My dad is overworking.
All right.
We are showing you what leadership is. It was in our plan. We are delivering the plan as we had promised in our manifesto.
Okay.
So what we are doing on Ol-Kalou, unaona ile challenge ya communication. Kenya tunafanya Ol-Kalou, we have been doing that all over the country. Si eti tumeanza na Ol-Kalou, we have been doing that only that hao wenzetu wenye wako ile pande nyingine they have not been loud enough, or sisi hatujakuwa loud enough kuonyesha what we are doing. Because if you compare what we are doing on Ol-Kalou na Kenya tumefanyia watu wa Mau Roni Summit, I mean unaangalia pia watu wana benefits ni the same. There is no harm when you say
these benefits you're speaking of, what exactly are they?
Sorry?
Umesema kuna benefits. What are these benefits?
Benefits ya watu wa Ol-Kalou. Ol-Kalou sasa wamepata stima, sio? Wamewekewa maji.
Is it not their right to have received those?
Exactly.
Things? Like to wait for a by-election for them?
No, it was not a by-election. Iliingia maybe na plans zetu. We had plans. The government had plans. And we have been doing this. We didn't start it with Ol-Kalou. We have been doing it all over the country. The only that Ol-Kalou kumekuwa na by-election. Na by-election now, the difference is there's what the government is doing and there's also what the party is doing to win the election, which also the other parties like DCP, small parties like Jubilee and others are also doing. But sisi hatujawauliza why pia wao wanapeana, because they are giving out money also, they are dishing out money. So for us hiyo ni campaign yenye wanafanya, which happens all over during campaign time,
and it is okay.
But it is okay. But there is no harm for a government to give boats to the people of Ol-Kalou. Okay. There is no harm for the government to build or to construct markets, you know, ICT, you know, hubs in Ol-Kalou. So it's in sasa the whole focus is on Ol-Kalou.
Yes,
so tukifanya kitu
it is. Yeah. It is. And the gas cylinders, you inafit wapi katika economic plan?
Gas cylinders, tumeenda Ol-Kalou, tumepata kwamba watu hata si gas cylinder, we promised in our manifesto that bei ya gas itafanya nini? Itashuka. So maybe not maybe, we have started to pilot it from Ol-Kalou so that watu waone kwamba it is possible. So who knows next? Maybe tunakuja kwenu huko Matungulu ama sijui ni wapi.
Si Matungulu, Tungutu. And that's a location. The constituency is called Kitui Central.
Lakini before tufike huko, mbunge wenu, mjumbe wenu, MCA wenu, you know, and all that lazima wakuje kwa table wakati unaongea na mzee, watuambie kwamba there is maybe and all that, so that tunapanga ratiba leo tunaenda wapi. So if he does a good job, we will be able maybe to come next. But if he sleeps in parliament, itakuwa ngumu sisi kujua kwamba watu wa Tungulu sijui Tungutu hawana stima ama hawana nini.
Okay, sir. Kidi, final word.
I think you will allow me slightly much more than the final word.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Yes, because I think that we came here to discuss the problem of goonship.
Yes.
As an emerging political subculture that we must collectively frown upon.
Yes.
I am happy to report that the president and his broad-based administration is properly seized of this matter.
Yes.
And already there is working actively to make sure that this does not become our normal.
Yeah.
Permit me to say that goonship or the goon subculture is usually just an early warning sign.
Yes.
To the spread of radicalization and political extremism.
Okay.
When you see a lot of young people ready to become purveyors of violence, usually it is an indicator of just how vulnerable you are as a society to radicalization.
Yes.
already there are social strategies that the government is deploying to make sure that some of these things are disrupted. Is that the president is addressing the socio-economic grievances that would make it easy for the extremist forces to exploit, such as unemployment. He is making sure that we address ourselves the question of unemployment through the things I've already pointed out.
Okay.
In the same vein and breath, remember that mental health has become a challenge globally. It's not just in Kenya.
Yes.
And permit me to also remind our viewers that we must also depart from the insular thinking that some of these problems are unique to Kenya.
Okay.
When you speak about extremism, it is not a Kenyan issue. Every major democracy is grappling with it. Last summer, I had the good fortune of being hosted in Berlin by the
summer, eh?
Yes.
Okay.
By the CDU party. And CDU, of course, has made its way back to power. But one of the challenge that the German government is grappling with is the emergence of the far-right political party called the AfD, and how it is, associated with extremism to the right.
Okay.
At the same vein and breath, I think we have the government, through the Ministry of Interior, has invested and is investing in political and civic education that explains the democratic processes. Right now, there is a wider collaboration between government and young people.
Yes.
And particularly when you look at what is called the political competition management institutions, IEBC, ORPP, the police, the judiciary. For instance, this month on 21st and 22nd, the Inter-Parties Youth Forum will be hosting the commissioner, the chair of the Electoral Commission, Honorable Ndugu Erastus Ethekon, where we are going to bring young people from across the political divide and walk them and even do simulations on the electoral process. In the same vein and breath, I think collectively as a country, and this is, I credit this to President William Ruto, that the president believes that we must build a society where there is an opportunity for all. But before we talk about opportunity for all, we must also demand responsibility from all.
I agree.
Young people must become responsible for themselves, for their peers, for their society, and make sure that collectively we delegitimize ideologies that give rise to extremism that makes it possible for subcultures like Gunzi to emerge. Last and most importantly is that we must also collectively build credible local leadership to make sure that in places like Kisumu, when we are going to have an event and politicians are sending money overnight and mobilizing young people to go and raid a church, can we have credible voices in the grassroots who in the morning can walk around and say that, brothers and sisters, what you guys are planning is wrong and evil and cannot be allowed to take place when people like us are living in this society. I think that is important. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Kidi, and thank you so much, Omwansa, as well. This has been exciting for me because I've gotten to understand things from different perspectives. Kirudi broad-based, tafadhali mtufanyia kazi vizuri na tafadhali watu hizi vitu wanashinda wakisema sema, especially wenye wanazusha na mahali wamefinywa. Tafadhali mjaribu kuangalia.
There are legitimate concerns that I think the president, I know the president is sufficiently seized of. But also there is a lot of misinformation and disinformation flying around and propaganda.
Very true.
To the propagandists, we are telling them that soon and very soon we are going to put our blazers aside.
Okay.
We will fold our sleeves and storm every village in this country,
Yes.
taking the president's message,
Okay.
so that in September 2027, the president shall have one of the largest mandates a president has ever received in this country.
All right.
Thank you.
Omanza, ukifika huko hivyo nyumbani salimia daddy.
Yeah, I will say hi to that, and thank you so much for the opportunity. Like I've told you, the silent majority is woke.
Okay.
Mimi kama msewa mkuru, boys wa mtaa, tumeona kenye dada ametufanyia. Na sisi ndio tunaongelelea Kenya ametufanyia. Wala watu wako huko juma millionaires, elites wenye wana feel because dada amekuja disrupt the status quo. Sasa hii nyumba walikuwa wanauza 10 million tunapewa affordable na milioni moja ama less than that. Ndio maana wanasema wana fuel hiyo bullism and all that. They have no space. Young people, wherever you are, kindly msikubali kutumika. Tukue peaceful. 2027 tuamka asubuhi na mapema. Dad tunampiga 98%.
Okay.
98 hata kuliko ile ya Mama Suluhu jirani wetu hapo.
I think I must correct something. The election of Mama Suluhu had problems, and I don't think that we must say that we applaud it. It had problems even with the international community.
Okay.
President Kibaki had, I think, 65% in 202. I think that, and that was a credible election. The president will get re-elected with between 65 to 70%, because the people of Kenya shall have stood behind him.
Sawa.
We don't have to meddle with the electoral process. Thank you.
No problem. All right, folks, here's the news with Winnie Maganga.
Of unrest on Sunday, 2 students were injured while several school facilities, including classrooms, teachers' offices, the library and the computer laboratory, were set on fire. The unrest is reported to have been sparked by long-standing complaints over the school's management and alleged corruption.
Tukichunguza kidogo tunaambiwa kuna mkutano ya siasa ililetwa hapa ndani. Na ilipoletwa hapa ndani wale wanasiasa wakagawa pesa. Katika kugawa pesa kuna ile ingine waliambiwa wamenunuliwa ng'ombe watakula nyama. Baada ya nyama wakapewa soda na mkate. Kwa hivyo wanafunzi wakawa na hiyo resentment ndani yao.
Hii block iko hapa iko na computer, hizi kazi zote ndio wamechoma. Na ile mambo tunasikia ni kwamba after kuchoma wale watu walikuja kuwa kwanza kufika hapa kama wazazi walipigwa na mawe na watoto.
The Kenya Meteorological Department says Western Kenya will receive the heaviest rainfall this week. Morning rains are expected in Kisumu, Busia, Siaya, Bungoma and Kakamega, while afternoon showers and thunderstorms are likely in several counties, including Nakuru, Kericho, Kisii, Narok, Bomet, Uasin Gishu and Nandi. Other parts of the country are expected to experience sunny intervals and partly cloudy conditions between July 14th and 20th. Machakos Governor Wavinya Ndeti has reinstated Finance County Executive Catherine Mutanu after court suspended her dismissal. Governor Wavinya said she will obey the court order, describing herself as a law-abiding citizen committed to respecting the rule of law. The case will remain in court until a final decision is made.
I wish to communicate that I have this morning been served with a court order suspending the implementation of my later dated 6 July 2026 dismissing Honorable Catherine Mutanu as the CCM Finance. In compliance with the said order and in obedience of the ongoing court process, I hereby direct that Catherine Mutanu reports back to office as the CCM Finance with immediate effect pending the hearing and determination of the case.
An armed attack after a known gunman allegedly chased his vehicle and opened fire. In a video shared on Monday, the former Kieni Member of Parliament said he and his team fled the attackers and hid in a nearby house. Kega claimed his vehicle was hit by bullets, but said no one was injured.
I've been chased by armed police officers. They pointed guns at me. We were only able to escape. You can see I'm being hosted by these children. But we are not going to relent. Over 3 vehicles, you have even sprayed my vehicle. I am only alive by grace of God. But we are not going to relent on the fight. I want to tell Kenyans that I'm temporarily safe.
Thai authorities are investigating the cause of a deadly fire at a bar in Bangkok that killed at least 30 people and injured dozens. Police say the fire spread quickly after starting near the stage, possibly because of the flammable decorations. Survivors also claim some exits were locked or poorly marked, raising concerns over safety standards. Authorities have launched investigations into the possible negligence. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
Sports on Radio Generation.
Good morning, I'm Samuel Otieno. Manchester United have signed Brazilian midfielder Andre Santos from Chelsea in a deal worth £48 million. The 22-year-old has completed his medical and signed a contract until June 2031, with an option to extend for a further year. United are also in advanced talks to sign Aston Villa midfielder Yuri Tillemans as they continue strengthening their midfield. Meanwhile, the club has shelved plans to sign Atalanta's Ederson after a medical examination raised concerns over an injury. The France coach Didier Deschamps is expecting an exciting World Cup semi-final against Spain in Dallas later today. Spain have beaten France in their last 2 major knockout meetings, including the Euro 2024 semi-finals and last year's Nations League. But Deschamps says those results are in the past and believes his team is ready for the challenge. Spain are aiming to reach a 3rd consecutive FIFA World Cup final, a feat achieved by only 2 other nations. Victory over Spain will book their place in the final. And that's your sports update on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Samuel Otieno.
Sports on Radio Generation. The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio.
I've never seen anything like this.
But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast. Curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey.
You got it locked.
Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights. Radio Generation.
Welcome back. This is Radio Generation. The time right now is 16 minutes past 8 o'clock. How are you doing? I am sure you're good because I can see the comments here on our YouTube. Where? My dad leo hakuvaa the yellow UDA uniform. Hey, wasema lakini mbona mnakuanga hivyo? Mbona mnakuanga hivyo bwana? Mtu hawezi kuwa tu na baba yake tu wakwe tu sawa, yani bila nyinyi kuingilia. Haya. Someone else has asked here, let me find that comment. Omwansa is a party leader of who with dreads. Kwani dreads kuna shida na dreads? Si dreads ziko tu sawa.
Kuna watu wako na shida na dreads.
Shida gani?
Si wale ambao wako na shida watuambie.
This is something I've always wanted to understand. What is the problem with someone's hairstyle?
I can only talk about it with reference to my time and generation.
Please do.
Anyone who had dreads was directly associated
with hooliganism.
No.
With hooliganism.
No.
With thuggery.
No.
With drug abuse. With bangi. Okay, I'm sorry, City.
No, don't apologize. Just keep going. Yes, bangi.
So it was a bangi.
It was associated with somebody who was a great practitioner.
Yeah.
And a person who, instead of eating vegetables, smoked them.
Right.
Yes. Cannabis.
I know a lot of people who are bald-headed and they are very great smokers of cannabis.
those are people whose hair has refused to grow.
Yeah.
And they decided the best thing to do is just remove it instead of having patches of it on your head or leaving a space in the middle here and then growth on the side. They said just remove it so that you have uniformity.
Yeah.
That myth hasn't ceased because in very many communities around this country,
yes,
people grow cannabis and some smoke it. And those who smoke it are known and their behavior is also known.
Yes.
So, and unfortunately, some of them also tend to do what? To have dreads.
Right.
That's number one. Number two, it is the concept of reggae and the association in people's minds, the association of reggae and cannabis. And then many of them also considered to be musicians. I'm talking about my time.
That is,
and in my time, being musicians, that was not a career choice. It gave parents nightmares to just think about your son being a musician.
Anaenda kuimba kwa bar huko.
Hata heri aimbe kwa choir. That one you can ati. Bar, it was associated with everything negative that you could
prostitution.
Yani just
ukimwi.
Endelea tu kutik.
Yeah.
Kulikuwa kuna ukimwi. Kulikuwa na kaswende na kisonono.
Okay, ndio hizo tu yani.
Okay.
Tuseme ukimwi and it's Keith and Kin.
Keith and Kin ilikuja baadaye.
Oh my goodness.
So that was the narrative, and it looks like it hasn't quite died. And part of the reason is because those who consume cannabis have increased in number because we've increased in population.
Yes, we have.
And their behavior hasn't changed. It's irregular. It's behavior that is difficult to pin down.
Yeah. Okay. I don't really understand why anyone would be against someone's hairstyle and their ability to deliver. If someone can have dreads and they are a great surgeon, so be it.
The biases that we have are often manifested when an opportunity is provided for you to interact with certain things that you don't like. For instance, people have a bias against the miniskirt.
Yeah.
If they look at the pictures of what school uniforms for girls were in an earlier time, like the 70s, they were miniskirts.
Yeah.
You didn't think they were, but they were miniskirts.
Yeah.
The fashion that women wore in Kenya in the late 60s were miniskirts. Mothers wore miniskirts.
Yeah.
Okay? So, but in this day and age, people wear miniskirts and you'll be frowned upon.
Yes.
Anybody who is your age or mine, if you look at the pictures of the parents who were there, if you are my age, then you probably don't need to look at the pictures of your grandmother when she was younger. Okay?
Yeah.
You'd find she was wearing a miniskirt. It was considered the natural garment of the time. Okay? However, we are biased creatures.
Yes.
And bias can be called preference, it can be called diversity. The real discussion is not this. That's just a simple reality of life. But how we accommodate diversity, how we live with diversity,
yes,
and how we tolerate it. That really is it. Yes.
Yeah. As I read the next message, Sally is asking, where is the CS? You are to host him in this particular hour. Yeah, Sally, me and you, we are asking the same question. Where indeed is the CS? That is CS Ruku. Hata mimi hiyo swali, trust me, ninauliza tu kama wewe. To be honest, from the producer anasema ya kwamba simu haishikwi. Sasa sijui kwa sababu gani haishikwi. Mheshimiwa Geoffrey Ruku anaweza kuwa State House, sijui. Anaweza kuwa amepotea huku Kilimani area, I don't know. Lakini we were to host the CS for Public Service and Human Capital Development and Special Programs, that is Honorable Geoffrey Ruku. Unfortunately, we are unable to get in touch with him for the second time. Kuna wakati tulimpatia nafasi, then same thing happened. I don't know, ile siku interview ni kama simu yake inanga charge or I don't get it man. But anyway, let me read another comment here. Mr. 2.0 anauliza, I think kuna ugonjwa fulani ushika mtu akiwa opposition. Your judgment becomes totally blurred. You throw all reason out. Why would you say that, my take 2.0?
What is the reference point?
I don't know. You know, my take writes so many messages,
What is it referring to?
Can I just start from somewhere and see maybe I'll make head or tails of this conversation? Mtu akitumia nyota fund yake vibaya, makosa ni ya nini? Sio kila mtu hupewa capital hutumia vizuri, okay? True. Mbuvi, kwani unaishingi dunia gani? Okay, maybe inatoka hapa. Mbuvi, kwani unaishingi dunia gani surely? How is nyota fund free money? Hata pesa za bank watu hukunywa bwana. How do you give someone 500,000 to manage if he can't manage 25,000? Come back to reality, dude. Opposition is clearly not good for you. Hapa sasa ndio opposition imeingia. Hata mimi ninashangaa. Even banks don't just splash money to people from day one. They start with a little amount, then graduate you slowly. Hii yako ya kusema mtu anaweza tumia 500k vizuri and not 25k sijui ni gani. Okay, I get his question, or I get his point. You know, remember when we hosted KRA chairman here, Honorable Mureithi? Mureithi told us that when he was governor, there's this collaboration he had with a local bank, commercial bank.
It was one or two banks.
Yes. And he took the role of guaranteeing some loans.
The very same thing the government is doing here.
Yes, and offered. I think he was offering to pay part of the interest, if I'm not wrong.
Yes, he was.
Yes,
that
and then
is how the interest that his citizens
ziliteremka.
Yes,
because, and I remember his logic. He explained that if you have, like, I don't know how much money, but let's even take it at 1 billion. If you have 1 billion and decide to distribute it amongst the people in your county, haitafikia kila mtu, number one. So si kila mtu ata benefit. However, if the serious, and let me call them responsible people, want to go and get loans, and you tell them, look, I will guarantee you as long as you belong to this county, go get a loan. Come and do business, because they have the register of the businesses already.
They know.
In existence, because they pay taxes in the county.
They know.
Wanachukuanga permits.
They know.
So akasema, wewe ukichukua loan against whatever, and you whatever amount of money you want, we shall pay part of that interest. We meet you somewhere halfway, then it is easier for you to access what? Credit. And I was like, that is a good idea.
My friend, it was such a beautiful idea.
Yes.
I looked and I said, now this is somebody who understands how it is you grow an economy.
Because the moment Kiddy said that government is guaranteeing loans, I was like, oh my goodness. Same thing
in Laikipia County.
Yes. And I was like, this is a good idea. Now, one thing perhaps my take you need to understand is I did not rubbish the 25k people are getting. 22k or whatever amount of money it is that they're getting. I am not rubbishing that. But I said the one for government treasury guaranteeing loans is a better idea in my opinion.
Yes, it's a bad idea, just better.
I said it's a better one. Yes. And you also chimed in and you gave your opinion.
I did.
So my take, I am not saying this because I have anything against 22,000. By all means, what wapatiwe hata 10,000 kama itawasaidia. And we even have been given examples here saying that, look, ukipatia mtu wa mahindi hata 5,000. My friend, your business yake expand. Hiyo ni stock ya siku nyingi.
My friend.
Because mimi nimenunua mahindi. Mahindi zinakuanga how much?
25, 30 shillings, 50.
Exactly.
Yes.
Imagine what 5,000 will do. 5,000 hiyo ni mahindi. Hiyo ni almost gunia, my friend. Na nitauza hiyo mahindi for a very long time na nitapata pesa mingi from that.
You will. You utajijenga, as they say. So because people who buy mahindi are many. Every time we pass there, you find it's crowded, people are buying it.
Yes.
Why? It is affordable. Yes.
If I can be guaranteed by my county, yes, niende nikachukue loan where I couldn't even access one, and then the whatever the interest is low, my friend, that is a win.
You will grow.
That is a win.
You know, there's something that MIT and other universities partnered with, but MIT,
this is Massachusetts Institute of Technology.
Yes, they ran an experiment of sorts in Kenya.
Yeah,
they called it Give Directly, and they were looking at rural families who were economically disadvantaged.
Yeah.
And they were not taking the money through somebody else. They would go and give them 100,000. They were to determine what they want to do with that money and to see if they can inculcate a saving culture.
Yes.
It is one of the most successful ventures that one could ever speak of. And part of the reason why people started talking about it was, you would assume that they would blow. But remember, you give it to a family, the accountability factor kicks in immediately. Everybody knows about this money. And you more or less have to agree on what you're going to do with it. And of course, you're given the money and they'll come back periodically to determine how it is that you... My friend, people managed that money very well and even grew it and even managed to now save.
Yes.
They were not directed. You know, most times when you're given money, you know, you need to do A, B, C, D. No. They were given, that's it.
Yeah.
That's it. Let's try and see if you can work it out and bring some saving. No one was looking back and saying, excuse me, you haven't cut your lawn yet. You go about your business, we'll come back on a certain day to see what you've done with it.
Yeah.
It means the thinking that there are people who only need an opportunity. Studies such as that one lend credit or credence to the fact that indeed there are very many people who simply lack that opportunity. And by the way, this was random.
Yeah.
It was not as though, can you tell us families who have been in business before? No, just random selection. So you can't say, oh, you know, they were looking for this. Random means precisely that. Ikuangukia ni bahati yako tu. There's no one, even they who are giving the money didn't know it was going to come to you. Things like Nyota, which were preceded by the Hustler Fund. The Hustler Fund was not well thought out.
Okay.
No. At the very beginning, there were too many problems with it. Mara didn't have a board. Mara didn't have this. Though, when I think about it, I can understand. Let me explain to you what I can understand. Sometimes somebody wants to kick off start something and then regularize it later, and they think, if I go through this process, I'll never start this thing.
Yes.
So why don't I just start it? The other bricks and mortar that helps to build this thing will come later. But for now, let me start it.
Yes.
The problem was that it was a fuliza.
Okay.
And once something is a fuliza, for many people, it's not a loan. And they don't have to pay.
It's free money.
It is free money.
Yes.
And free money is for sherehe. Okay? But again, as more and more people are introduced into the money market in this way, and more people know they can access money to do something that they've already been doing, essentially to expand it. And you can access money which doesn't determine your level of education. It doesn't really care.
Yeah.
The only cap is that you can't be older than 35. Okay? That's the cap. But if you're disabled, they can push it to maybe 37, that sort of thing. That was the cap. It opens up the avenue for an entirely different category of Kenyans who previously may have been shut out of that particular bracket of credit acquisition, simply because credit requires that you do A, B, C, and D.
Yeah.
But the thing is, so long as the government keeps borrowing money from banks, the banks will not be innovative with regards to lending money simply for startups, lending money for people who have new ideas.
Yes.
That's too risky. And banks are risk averse. In this country, they are seriously risk averse.
Yeah.
They prefer government, safe. Give them billions, you sit back, they give you interest.
Because wanajua eventually hata nini kifanyika, si mtachukua taxes.
Not only that, the only time you have a problem is the country collapses.
Yes.
But even then you don't have a problem because another government will come in. It is safe money. That safe money in the abundance that is demonstrated by the loan the government takes from that stifles the ability and the incentive that banks may have for thinking critically and determining how it is that they can grow.
Yeah.
Banks by and large are not innovative. That's why when you found banks like Equity,
yes,
who came up with a scheme to probably raise the base of people who bank with them, and they introduced some fairly interesting ways of doing business.
Walikuwa wanasema hakuna cha bank balance, wewe hata ukiwa na shilingi moja leta.
Yes.
That was revolutionary.
Yes, and then they expanded their network. They ensured that people had access to ATM, so you didn't need to go to the banking hall. No, they and look at how they grew in terms of the base of their membership.
Yeah.
My friend, the leader had been KCB for a long time. There's a time they surpassed KCB. Yes.
Okay. I used to love the advertisements. Kumbukanga ile ya mimi ni member.
Yes.
Wewe ni member. That thing was the one. Say no to goons. 254 amesema, if you can't manage 25,000, you can't automatically manage 500,000 or 300,000. That's why it's called Nyota, not Moon Fund. Do you realize that the Nyota is actually larger than the moon?
Actually, what they call this thing is National Youth Opportunities Towards Advancement.
Yes.
it actually explains what it is that it's supposed to do. It's clear.
You know, but there's something that we overlook about Hustler Fund. Hustler Fund was supposed to open you to opportunities, credit opportunities, because the more you borrow and pay back, the more you raise your credit limit, and eventually you can even go to limits of even millions, depending on where you are.
You could, because they would then introduce you into the banking system. But Nyota probably learned from them, because the way it was introduced, the way it has been advertised, it is very different from the Hustler Fund. They give you details. The things they have done with the Nyota Fund, they did not do with the Hustler Fund.
Yes.
If they did that with the Hustler Fund, then the attrition rate at which people defaulted would probably have reduced significantly. Yes.
Mike Stanslus amesema, calling Ruto your dad just cause you benefiting and is a sham. Others out here are committing crimes to survive. Mike amekasirika.
No. Bwana, hata ukitaka kumwita uncle, it's up to you. Okay.
Daddy, uncle.
Up to you. I mean, the guy told us very clearly, he took a loan from Nyota Fund, bought a motorbike.
Na ndiye amekuja nayo hapa chini.
Look, you can't tell this guy Mombasa that there's something wrong with the Hustler Fund. He'll tell you no.
Mimi imenisaidia.
Yes, precisely.
Ni kama mtu mwenye amesaidika na SHA, ni ngumu sana kumwambia SHA ifanye kazi.
In fact, when you say so,
they look at you as though you're mad.
So, what do you mean it doesn't work? Yes. So, it doesn't work.
Mimi si nilienda hospitali hata nimetoka ndio receipt. Nimekuwa huko ndani, nimekaa, nikalipua 250,000. Wewe unasema ifanye kazi wapi? Ulienda hospitali gani? Hiyo hospitali yako ndio iko na shida. Kuja nikupeleke kwa yenye nilienda. Inaanza Kenya Nzar. Atulienda wapi hapo? Hapana, kuja nikuonesha mahali utaenda. Hata daktari wangu ndiye atakutibu. Shida yako ni kichwa, macho, yangu ilikuanga kidole, lakini hiyo daktari ni mzuri sana.
Kwanza anaelewa vidole sana.
Unaweza pata shida yako ni kidole. Unajua mimi nienda huko nikiumwa na meno, wakapata ni kidole yangu ilikuwa. Yeah. Then there is nimesalimia Moses Mukaria, anasema huyo ninja wa serikali amechoma mbaya. Okay. Who else? Everyone is talking about dad. Let me look for somewhere where they're not talking about dad. Ati leo imebidi nisikize.
Whatever he has written there is not very pleasant, is it?
No, it actually is. It's not bad. Amesema leo imebidi, where is that? Leo imebidi nisikize Egesa FM because of that guy who calls Ruto dad. It is Fred there. So guys, Fred and the rest, it is okay, but tafadhali wachana na mtu eti mtu baba yake, wachana na mtu yake dreadlocks, it is okay.
We accommodate diversity. Yes, and the diversity is not just in the individual and the outlook, but also in the opinions.
Very true.
Yes, we do.
Kimathi Nkuruma ameingia kwa ile mambo ya ganja. Ganja is cannabis, yeah? Ganja has very, very great medical help, but the Bible mentality dumbs you down. Hence, most parents keep sending their vijana to Bible studies. Go figure that colonial thinking out.
Actually, it is not colonial thinking. Cannabis was just not researched adequately over time. Now it has. And the effects of cannabis are far, far worse than the effect that alcohol has. The length of time it stays in your system. Forget being mind altering.
Yeah.
Among the things that has been associated with cannabis or ganja in the recent times is this split personality.
Yeah.
Okay? Now, split personality is called schizophrenia.
It is called that.
Yes.
Yeah.
But everything else along that line which is associated with, this is my term, dislocated behavior, where one moment somebody seems to be functioning okay, the next moment he's talking to people whom the rest of you can't see.
Yes.
Or as he's talking to people you can't see, he's also picking up grass and explaining to you that this, what he's doing here, okay, alipata ujumbe jana that this is the best thing to do, kwanza asubuhi, and it's best if you do this thing when you're in your underwear. So it is important to understand again what science has figured out about cannabis, and the effects it has. They are unpleasant.
Yeah.
When you talk about the medicinal value, yes, it exists. Opioids.
Yes.
Okay. The reason why there was an epidemic of it in the US is that it did help, but some of them people got hooked. Whether it is the feel-good factor or the effect that it has, but they got hooked. So you had a situation that where some people even died as a result of being hooked onto these drugs. But it became a problem because the industry benefited because more and more people were using it. So even for the purpose for which it was intended got lost in that conversation. It now became this problem that we now have.
You know, there's some drugs, psychedelics, there's some mushrooms that are psychedelics. That means they really mess up with your senses.
Yes, they do.
You start hearing colors, you know, and you start, you know, seeing sounds, for lack of a better word, because
no, you put it very well.
Sound ni ya kusikia lakini unaanza kuiona. Na light ni ya kuona lakini unaanza kusikia. So there are some drugs that were developed during that time. In the 70s, 80s.
It was the 70s primarily. Yes.
But they treat diseases such as what you've mentioned, like in schizophrenia, manic syndrome, yes, and many other mental illnesses. Now, even in the recent past, we're talking about 2026, there's current research being done on mushrooms, Bado, the psychedelics to be precise. And of course different variations and different combinations of those particular drugs to see how they can even rewire the brain from brain damage, to see how they can cure diseases such as ile tulikuwa tunadiscuss hapa siku nyingine, epilepsy and many other mental disorders that we're experiencing right now. So depending on the dosages, depending on the use for these particular drugs, they actually are beneficial.
You see, if you look at plants like the poppy plant, okay, and what it is then that is produced from it, the medicinal use is known.
Yeah.
And that is why there are some drugs you not advised, you are told it can only be acquired upon prescription.
Yes.
And the usage has to be specific. Meaning people who study and understand it are the ones who will give it to you. Now, why is that so? Because they know there is an underlying propensity for it to be abused.
Yes.
And then it becomes harmful to the user. And yet it was meant for something that is good. Alcohol, by the very qualities it has, is medicinal. Okay? But again, when it is abused, then it has disastrous consequences.
Very
so
true.
Again, it's like we are preaching the gospel of moderation here. And saying, guys, you need to understand what is good and what isn't. Cannabis, unfortunately, as people smoke it and consume it and put it in cookies and do whatever it is as they do, see, that moderation is out of the window.
Yeah.
You are consuming something whose properties and the full effects are not known to you. What is known to you is the feel-good factor that comes with it. What it does to your brain and the speed with which it deteriorates your capacities, that unfortunately is not really known to you.
Yeah.
No.
There's a pathway kana kwanga hapa mbele kanaitwa dopaminergic pathway. Whenever people consume this akina heroin, akina cocaine and all those other hard drugs, that is the pathway that usually is affected. And my, oh my, that thing is excited.
Yes, and when it is excited,
nakuangani in a different, like literally
you are hyped.
Literally you belong to a different world. But when the drugs wear off,
and
the depression,
you have a downer. Yes.
The depression is equally bad.
It's immense.
Kama ulikuwa umeenda juu 100 meters, let me use that as an example. 100 meters, my friend, unarudingi chini 200 meters. Yeah. So that is why these things are very addictive, because you realize you need it more and more, because you no longer can have normal interactions.
You can't
like
function in any sense of the word normal if you have not consumed that particular product.
Yes. And some of these products, but they have got almost 100% addiction levels. By 100%, I mean the first time you take it, Nivo, my friend, you're hooked.
Ujue ya kwamba wewe sasa ni member.
Si kama pombe unaweza kunywa na useme hii kitu ni mbaya, sitakunywa tena, na ukae hata miaka 5 bila kuiguza.
Ama sigara uvute ukohoe
useme hii sitavuta tena.
Yes.
My friend, the things such as heroin, methamphetamines, fentanyl, that thing you consume it once, 100% hooked, you will need it for the rest of it's bad. It's really bad. But anyway, sasa hapo kuna mwingine tusalimie hapa, amesema nini, hata nisome. John Goge amesema, I thought calling someone dad is only a preserve of spiritual spaces. Calling Ruto your dad is another level. DK amesema, movie Stop Kidole and Meno has killed me. Ni ukweli. Kuna ujaenda kwa mtu kamwambia niko na shida ya tumbo, anaanza kwambia niko na daktari hapa, atakupatia concoction utapona. Aya, he goes on to say drugs that make one hear colors and see sounds like a horror movie. DK, it's actually very true. Google it. It even has a name. There's a name for that condition where you start, hearing colors and you start seeing, like literally you start seeing sounds. I don't know how that happens, but it happens. Kevin Kimtai amesema, by the city, bills and bonds can be defaulted by a new government. As Jimmy says, they won't pay odious debts. I pity these huge banks that are busy lending to government and denying us peasants cheap loans. Wait, so what happens if a new government decides to say...
One has to just understand. Jimmy Wanjigi talks about odious debts. Okay? If the government borrows from the banks and they use it for development and it falls within the margin that the parliament had set as our borrowing limit, then there's nothing odious about it. It becomes odious when you've borrowed it. We can't trace it. We don't know what you used it for, or we know but you used it for the purpose for which it was not intended. Then we say, Havana, you are the one who took the loan, you pay it. We're not paying for it. Yes. You see, the government, let me backtrack. There is no government on this planet that doesn't borrow.
Okay.
They do. But our biggest problem is when we borrow externally, we borrow in a denomination that isn't ours.
Like the dollar or the yuan or the rupee.
Yes. Now, if that particular currency is given to some movements, which may not be volatile, but movements, let's talk about the dollar. You will certainly find that you have a loan that never really seems to go down in terms of payment, because if the value of your shilling goes down, it may be good for you when you want to sell your products because they'll be cheap.
Yes.
But when it comes to you paying off your debt,
it's a problem.
Yes, because your debt increases.
You will need more of those shillings.
Exactly. Exactly. So you think you're paying part of the principal, but you're just paying the interest. So it doesn't move. So it's not really useful to you. Yes. And that is the reason why part of the complaints that you heard, remember this G7 meeting that Ruto went to?
Yeah, in France.
Yes, and it is reported that he spoke about the inequality when it comes to borrowing. So well, some of these countries borrow, and they borrow at a fixed rate, or they borrow in terms that are favorable. African countries never borrow at favorable rates. You see, the understanding is that if these people don't favor you, should they then not work towards paying off their debt and you leave that relationship, because clearly it doesn't favor you. If something doesn't favor you, why do you stick with it? It's an abusive relationship.
Yeah.
Yes.
True story.
Yes.
And sometimes we feel like we don't understand economics, but if you think it at a micro level, utaanza kuona hata pia mtaani, there are some things when changes are made, you even realize prices have changed in your area.
Yes, they have. They have. One of the thing that changes almost immediately is when fuel prices go up. In fact, it's like the matatu people raise their fares in anticipation of the increase.
Which you've reminded me, today is 14th. So ni leo ama ni kesho tunapata new fuel prices.
Ni leo. It's 14th. That's why I'm mentioning it. So again, there are people who will increase, and some of them have no choice. If transport costs increase, the cost of what they transport will also increase.
Yeah.
So everybody passes on the new cost to the end consumer.
There's always a question that is asked here, City. So prices have gone up, mafuta imepanda, so of course chakula inapanda na kila kitu kingine kinapanda, and by the way inakwanga kupanda kwingi because at the end of the day
everything inapanda.
Mfuko wako inaumianga zaidi,
bro, terribly so.
Because utahave kulipa much more fare than you're used to. Nyanya na kitunguu zitakuwa zimepanda
because zinabebwa na gari.
Sukuma wiki na hizo vitu zote unakulanga, but mshahara yako imebaki pale pale.
Yes.
So question that people ask government is, what have you done to improve people's earnings as well?
Actually, the question that you ask is a valid one. But let me ask, what do you need to do? Increase the earnings or provide a situation where the earnings can give the citizens more? Because if the cost of food is low, okay, it means that one, there's an abundance of it, so the laws of supply and demand come into play. Okay, So even if the cost of fuel may have gone up,
Yeah.
but because the very produce that you are buying, because of its abundance, is reasonably cheap,
yes,
your shilling stretches. But if it isn't, because in this case you're saying it's transported, so the fuel goes up, it may have been cheap at the point of at which it was being produced, but when it gets to you, it will not be cheap.
Yeah.
So again, serikali, hii ni kwenu.
Yeah.
How do you go about balancing this thing? How do you make sure that
if I was the government, I would probably, and again, mimi si mnoma na hizi vitu, lakini mimi ninafikiria hivi, ningelikuwa government, maybe ningesema this month we are not going to take X amount of money from your salo. So if it's the housing levy, for example, I tell you this month you're going to keep your housing levy. This month, because mafuta imepanda, to ease things on your end, this month we won't collect, I don't know, some tax somewhere.
There are, what you're saying is clear thinking in the sense that something needs to be done, but again, it has to be a long-term policy that guarantees that even the person who earns the lowest income can afford to live.
Yeah.
Okay. So what do you need to change to guarantee that? 1, 2, what is this buffer that you need to create and cushion the country against the yo-yos of the oil price and things that you actually have no control over?
Because some of these things, again, and thank you for saying it, things that you have no control over, they have happened. And as much as we'd like to insult the government and call the president names, si alipandisha mafuta. Mafuta ilipanda huko Strait of Hormuz. Lakini sasa kuna vitu hapa ndani, and that is what people have been complaining about, and especially wakati wa matatu strike. Walikuwa wanasema, okay, hii imefanyika given, sawa, but can we see, and even as we increase fuel prices, fine, given that is a commodity because it has been affected there, but can something be done on this other end? Because when those things happen, what usually follows, people lose jobs. What are they called? Companies in a collapse, businesses collapse, and that ripple effect is like, it's like two waves zinapatana zinagongana, and it's just chaos. So me, if it were me, if our government or president or whatever, me, I would say on that end, so that radio generation doesn't shut down and then movie and city lose their jobs and the very many people that work here, let's see how we can remove a certain aspect of some burden on their end. Is it, for example, we tell them this month, don't pay for your license, for example. That's just an example. I don't know if that's something the government can implement. Ama aseme, hapo kwa pay X amount of money, tumefanya nini? Msilipe. We've reduced the tax from this percentage to this percentage. So that it can be, sisi wale tunaumia kind of situation. Isikuwe ni sisi tuna tighten belt kila wakati, and cause Kenyans have been feeling it's like every financial year, the belt is getting tighter.
What you're suggesting was actually put into play during COVID. VAT was reduced.
Bas.
See? So that immediately meant that people now were buying things cheaper.
Unakumbuka money transfer fees. Anything below 1,000 shillings was free.
Bas. Then there's a gentleman called Kibaki who did something that most people didn't see the benefit of beyond people going to school. Was the moment education is free, it means parents don't have to pay fees. If you don't have to pay fees, it means
you have
the
disposable
money.
Income.
Yes, you do. Yes, you do. So the thinking behind what the government can do, that's why you have advisors. They're supposed to think.
Wakwambie, so that we can maintain. Because every time I speak to friends and they tell me, wah, biashara yangu this, biashara yangu that, excuse hata customers hawakuji. I'm like, why?
Watu wana pesa bro.
Wanakuambia watu wana do. So niko na stock hapa. Hii stock sasa already, for example, watu wa manguo, they tell me that this clothes will be out of fashion in another 2 weeks. Now what will I do? This stock will be unsellable in 2 weeks. So the person is forced to at least just get rid of the stock by selling it at literally below the amount they bought.
So long as people are buying it,
it's okay.
At least he doesn't have dead stock.
Because now in another 1 month, and you know fashion changes like after every few days. They tell me in another 1 month or 2 months maximum, this attire, if I don't sell it today, it will never move, and yet I spent money to buy it. And because people don't have money, me customer akikuja tuonge venye tuongea, hata kama ndamwambia chukua lipa pole pole, I'd rather nimdai 2,000 as opposed ikayapa hivi na ingo ni ya 10,000 na itaisonga. And that is just one industry.
Abdullah Alas is spot on when he says what we need are thinkers.
Yeah.
Because it's not as though solutions don't exist. We don't even need to import this, the solutions. Uganda, despite the very many problems it has had, the one thing they don't have is this problem of food. No, they don't. They don't. Now, how do we get to a point where we have no problem of food? This is where now we go theoretical on this subject.
Yes.
And speak with knowledge on a subject we have no knowledge of. We have places in this country, where people produce more food than they know what to do with a lot of the times.
Yes.
We've heard of cows eating tomatoes, eating cabbages. We've heard of milk being poured. Yani, dogs drink milk, they see milk, they run off. Okay? Now, of course, I'm exaggerating.
Yes.
But the point I'm making is, value addition is not an impossibility. It's not an impossibility in the sense that milk does not have to be in its raw form for it to be milk. There's something that can be done with the milk. Okay? That's number one. Number two, it can be traded. The other part of the country where milk is not in abundance, and they would appreciate if there was milk.
Yes.
Okay? There are parts of the country where they can't grow cabbages to the extent that they would like it. And the story goes on and on and on. Hence that conversation that I bring up from time to time about inter and intra-county trading.
Blocks, yes.
Yes. When you have a council of governors, I ask the question, what do these guys discuss? When you have these forums about blocks, what do you discuss? Really, if you want to raise the value of the lives of your people and you want to increase the economic strength of your counties, should you not be talking business?
You should.
Should we not be talking about doing business with each other?
We should.
Yes.
We should.
Because when your friend opens a restaurant, you tell me, CT, come to my friend's restaurant.
Yeah.
It's not that we lack places to go to. This is our attempt to jenga your friend.
Yeah.
Yes. And I will find some two friends and say, they are a friend of ours who has something here. Why don't you go? Yes, exactly.
Na mimi ile siku ndafungua petrol station, tuende kunywa mafuta kwa mbuvi.
It's how these things are done. So now, on a much larger scale, on a macro scale, surely, is the idea not feasible? Because if that was possible, then it means that if there is a drought somewhere and some place doesn't have the drought, we can give you credit facility and send you milk and send you this and send you this. But that equitable share comes, what am I saying? Yes, there are so many things we can do. If you don't have enough feedlots, but we don't have the problem of semi-aridness, we have more grass. As it is looming, and by the way, the predictability of whether this is accurate.
Yes.
If they tell you there will be a drought, there's going to be a drought. When you around, organize yourself with other counties that don't have that problem.
Yes.
So you ship your cattle to that place to feedlots and what have you, at a price, of course. What I'm saying is, there is so much that a country with the diversity that we have, there's so much we can do.
There are countries that even they farm here to feed the people in their countries.
Yes, yes.
China does it, Germany does it, hapa Kenya wako na mashamba hapa.
Qatar does it.
Qatar wako. So wanakuja wanalima huku hivi, it's not for free, of course. They pay, they have local investors and so on and so forth. But at the end of the day, it's trade between us and them. And we do other kinds of trade. So if we can do countries and countries, why not counties and counties?
Among ourselves as people who know each other, neighbors, we do that. So you're now telling me that counties cannot do it because counties are governments. Yes.
Kama Northeastern, one of the counties, tuseme hata Mandera, ama Garissa, kama wako na shida ya food, waende Trans Nzoia. Trans Nzoia have got food. And they tell them, look, we want to have a special arrangement with you guys. We come and we buy X amount of food from you, and then you guys can get X amount of whatever it is that you guys can get from our end. That is trade.
That is trade, my friend. That is trade. We take milk to DRC. Because the story of cows doesn't work very well in that particular country.
Okay.
But Ugandans are closer to them. And Ugandans have cows. Rwanda has closed them. Rwanda has cows. They have a very vibrant dairy industry. And guess who advised them on that dairy business?
Who?
Sisi.
Sisi tuliwaambia waka benchmark na wakakimbia nayo.
When KCC did a tumble down and a belly up, okay, people who were in the business, the dairy business, understood that they need to get together to create their own dairies. That's why we have all this variety of milks, if I may refer it in
low fat, high fat, flavored.
Yes, and
Mala,
with different
yogurt.
names.
Yeah.
Mountains, you valley, you treetop, all these things.
Forest.
Yes, they are locally produced, and they are SACCOs or the organizations that produce them. They have understood this business, and they've moved on beyond that the monolith that KCC was. Now, there are many people who are doing the business.
Yeah.
Okay. So all I'm saying is, we are not talking about something that is impossible. We're talking about something that is already being done. It is a scaling up. Even in these counties, the people who do business together.
Yeah.
I go to buy tomatoes because I don't grow tomatoes. But if I'm a teacher,
yes,
I teach a child.
Very true.
And that's why in some of these rural areas, parents who can pay fees, you can pay fees with
farm produce.
Yes, you can. Bag of maize. You can give us logs for fire.
Masons and carpenters will go and construct.
You can do work. Now, the concept is already understood and it is actually being practiced. Yes.
Ni uzembe tu.
Bro. Well, if we're to point fingers, my fingers would be directly for all of them. In fact, from both my hands, and I'd use my feet as well. I'd point them at these governors. They are a massive letdown.
Ama governor anaangalia sana nikipeleka vitu Northeastern. Hiyo kickback itatoka wapi juu kama watu hawezi lipa hii kitu.
Bro, hii pesa watu wabebagi wakienda wherever people go when they are dead. Okay?
Inatangwa tu hapo.
What if utawachia people you don't even intend to leave it for. But the thing that will benefit your family is when you are known as somebody who did good by his people, and you're recognized as such, your family will benefit from one generation to the other. Jina mzuri tu. Fulani. Baba, yule mzee, kama si yeye. But this one, people curse you with every day that they live. And some even pray for a short life for you.
Being a politician in this country, kidogo tricky. Kuna msali alikuwa anasema hapa hivi, this is Padmore bag. Padmore buga.
Anasema nini?
Padmore buga anasema hivi, good morning City and Movie, can you guys once start inviting only people who have the ideas on creating job opportunities and avoid politicians? Okay, Padmore.
We have to diversify the guests. Kenya is a diversified nation. And we want to give everybody an opportunity. Even you, Padmo, if you want to come and share your ideas, you're welcome.
Yeah. Or if you can suggest someone you'd like us to host, you can tell us and we shall look for them. All right, folks, this is where we say kwaheri for this hour. Coming up next, we're going to be hosting an engineer. We've actually hosted him here before. Na tukaongelea mambo mazuri sana, especially on your electricity bill. That is Engineer Isaac Ndereva. He's an electricity billing expert and the executive director of Elcos. We're going to be talking about your electricity cost. Apparently, they are about to skyrocket again. Why? Stick around to find out.
This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. The murder trial of Dutch businessman Tob Cohen continued at Kibera High Court on Monday, with prosecutors presenting photographs from the crime scene as part of their evidence. A police forensic expert, Assistant Superintendent Bernard Tukies Wanjohi, testified that the images documented the compound and the location where Cohen's body was recovered. The court accepted the photographs as evidence to help explain the crime scene and support the prosecution's forensic case as the trial continues. Inter-Parties Youth Forum convener Kidi Mwaga says political violence in Kenya is being fueled by money from politicians and high youth unemployment. He says many jobless young people are being recruited to cause violence during political events and urged leaders to stop funding and using gangs for political gain.
I'm saying that while the law enforcement agencies have got a responsibility to constantly make sure that we disrupt some of these elements.
Yeah.
But from where I sit, I think that it is a political issue. and also an economic issue.
Yes.
I call it an economic issue because I will also speak to the question of radicalization, polarization, and political extremism. And so the fundamental question is that then what is the driver of radicalization, of polarization, and political extremism? It is an economic issue where you have got so many young people, that, like Kenya does, who have gone to school, who have got higher ambition. And when I talk about higher ambition, I mean of the promise of upward social mobility.
Yes.
But then you also are confronted with very diminishing opportunities for these people.
Mombasa County has opened a new Ebola training and simulation center to help health workers prepare for possible outbreaks. The facility will train health workers on how to detect, contain, and respond to Ebola cases. It can also be converted into an isolation unit during an emergency. Officials say the center is part of efforts to strengthen disease surveillance and protect Kenya's coastal and border regions from future outbreaks.
The facility is well designed to act as an isolation facility, although in case of an active outbreak, we as a county will be able to expand the facility more, because at the moment it's not able to hold as many cases as possible.
A man suspected of killing his wife and 2 young daughters in the UK has appeared in a South African court after British authorities requested his extradition. The bodies of 42-year-old Nothabo Nsuma and her daughters aged 15 and 5 were found at their home in Bedfordshire on July 6th. A postmortem found all 3 died from blunt force injuries. The extradition case is ongoing. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast, curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast, your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
Yes, indeed. Welcome back to Radio Generation. It is now 5 minutes past 9 o'clock. My name is Mungana Mbuvi. I'm with Titi Muga. This is the People's Breakfast. And like I told you in this hour, we want to discuss your electricity cost. But before we do that, watch and introduce Engineer Isaac Ndereva. Engineer, good morning and welcome back to Radio Generation.
Good morning. Quite have been a while. Lakini tuko salama. You've just interrupted my visit to Ol-Kalou.
Yes, you were telling us. Actually, unajua venye umetuliza kama tumeenda Ol-Kalou. I thought we were needed there.
Not really. It's because that is a new economic hub.
Is that so?
There are very few cities around Kenya that would have really many. And then you have rail.
Yes.
I know the rail was there and vile ilikuwa tu na nyasi ng'ombe walikuwa napitia.
Nasikia imefiekwa sasa.
Imefiekwa. That was the only thing that was done. And then at least kuna mattresses zinaenda huko. What else? Kuna vitu mingi. Utapata airport.
Gas cylinders.
Yeah, gas cylinders huko.
So umesema ninunue shamba huko.
Nunua shamba huko. Because but unfortunately maybe unaweza nunua. And then the member of parliament yule atakuwa huko. Akuwe sasa ashaingia pande hii nyingine. So it's very meona mpaka stima. You know even power. Unaona vikingi nyingi sana.
Yes.
Ngoja tu.
Stima imekuja.
Sio stima. Vikingi imekuja. It's not the first time vikingi inakuja huko. Nyandaro na zinaondolewa.
Kipipiri where zilienda.
Yes, so they have a record of.
Kuna hiyo no. Hiyo pana. Hiyo stima haijakuja.
Hakuna stima, ni vikingi.
Ngoja kidogo. Vikingi zimewekwa, si ndio?
Hata niliona kwa lori.
Niliona mpaka transformer zimepelekwa huko.
Yes.
Okay.
No, in the previous one hawakupeleka transformer.
In the previous
the Kibibili one. Hiyo hawakupeleka transformer.
Niliona mpaka Kenya Power akisema.
In fact wanafaa onyeshe picha ya being offloaded. Yes. Because we also have launching of projects sometimes.
Yes.
Unapata tinga zinafuata rais zikirudi. So they were there for the function alafu zinaenda. Ndio unasikia sana contractor ako site. Contractor yuko site. And then you say contractor yuko site until you change a narrative, unaanza kusema hiyo itatengenezwa by the end of this month. So contractor huwa ako site. Being on site is not a problem. Kukua site is not, hata transformers iko site, vikingi ziko site. There is no problem with that. But what will be done after that?
So what does this usually mean? How long does it take to install electricity in such an area?
Kwanza kabisa, I'm telling you, maybe they have not even identified the wayleaf. Unaona, because that is the first. Then they should have a.
What is the wayleaf? Wayleaf is barabara ya hiyo stima.
Ni kusema hii shamba hapa tumepitia belongs to Kenya Power. It belongs to Kenya Power for now, and it has been, the government has assisted Kenya Power to acquire that particular route. So wewe huwezi kuja ujenge hapo. There is no many structures that we can later.
Yes.
Of course it changes because kuna barabara ingine tulikuwa nayo ya Kijabe. There is the Uplands Kijabe route, where you had poles in the middle of the road. Katikati. So when you ask Kenya Power, they say at least that was the way they were given then. So I'm not saying that once they are given is permanent.
Yes.
Because you know pia hao ni serikali.
Who gives them the way leave?
What would I say? It's sometimes it's somehow bulldozing. I can say that because I know. I own some land.
Who does the bulldozing? Them.
It is them, because once I remember there's a time they came to our village and they confused a few people around there that itusaidie ndio iende huko, si mnataka stima, like that. Wakipanda kikingi, by the time you come to realize you should have been compensated, they are already telling you cannot construct anything below
the
below that kikingi. And remember, construction is only that you assume in the countryside. They cannot go several stories up. There are people who might want to build several stories that it will exceed the height of the pole. So once they put a pole there and some lines, it means that that land doesn't uwezi fanyia kitu kubwa.
Ngoja kidogo. Kwani shida iko wapi nikijenga zaidi ya nini? Zaidi ya pole?
No, I'm saying the lines are already there. So how do you go beyond the lines?
Okay.
Yes. So it means that they have.
But if the kikingi is here, sinaweza jenga nyumba yangu hapa juu. Sitajenga chini ya kikingi.
Yeah, but you see, we are having transmission lines from one pole to the other. That is the area I'm saying you cannot go beyond. And in fact, you can't even build below there.
Wow.
So it has been like that.
Stima inaweza shika wewe.
Inaweza shika wewe.
Hazard.
Actually, they will ask who came earlier. Even if it was your land, they came and planted their pole earlier than when you started building. So they did that in around that route ya Kijabe. Of course, they uprooted and wakahamisha, which was good. But I think it only came after there was some protest and we were called there as consumer representatives.
Okay.
Na tukaenda hapo. Of course, they came. It was around on a Friday and then on Monday wakatoa. Of course they went for like 2-3 days without power. It was a way of punishing them, but of course they restored power.
Surely.
Yeah.
We're in the business of punishing.
Yeah, that is what happens in this country. Ukistaki sisi pande hii na wewe unakatiwa stima unakaa hivyo. So but we are commending them because eventually they were able to restore, and that was our main aim, because actually such poles were at the middle of the road. It could have been an accident. There were some cables that were low hanging to the height of less than a meter from the ground, and they were live. And you see watoto walikuwa wamefunga shule. During the nini, and it was dangerous. I went there and I really, in fact, I was very worried that how do they know that they are hanging that low? Even just
how do they get to the point of hanging low? Because I don't think at construction they're low.
What happened is that barabara ilichimbwa, okay, and then the pole.
Okay, which came first, the barabara or the pole?
The pole.
Okay.
Okay. Then this person who contractor came, did the excavation of the road and did everything. As they were doing the excavation, of course, the pole kept on leaning.
They weakened the ground. So the pole kept on leaning and it bends towards the tension side of the cable. So that tension side, of course, goes to the next part.
Tension inaivuta
sasa. It hung and it was actually going to some house somewhere there. So unaona ikapita kwa shamba ya mwenyewe. And so that land, of course, I don't even know how nothing happened. But of course, they were a bit fast in removing them. But that is not the only problem. But because sasa si tunasikia bei ya stima imepanda.
Hebu tueleze. Imagine
bei ya stima.
Yes.
Haijapanda. You know what happens? I have always said this confusion of EPRA saying that there is now, like for example, in July, there was some change. There was some change in forex adjustment. Of course, that was the highest because in June, forex was being charged at 0.72 per kilowatt hour.
This is now June 26.
Yes,
0.72.
Yes. Sasa imeenda 1.48. One thing of thinking is to imagine that the dollar is now 260 or something. Because how has it doubled? You see?
By the way, because 0.72 times 2 should come to 1.44.
Yes. So it has doubled. So what has happened is such that the forex has changed from 0.72 ikapanda hivyo. If we are talking about imepanda in those areas, we could consider. You can see even fuel cost charge may change from 3.14
to 3.2
to 3.20.
Isaac, pause for a single second.
Yes.
When you look at the bill,
yes,
you itemize what is in the electricity bill. There is an item there that deals with forex.
Yes.
What does it do, that item? Because that item represents an amount of money which you pay for as a consumer of electricity.
Yes.
So when you talk about fluctuations in foreign exchange, just connect it for me. That item in my bill, what does it do exactly?
It's quite important that you have asked that, and for many of the viewers and listeners, forex, let me explain in a very simple manner and for people to understand and the genesis of how it came about. Now, assume Vika Power. When I say Vika Power, it's not just a guess. It's actually, we only have now, I think, 5 remaining thermal plants. Vika Power signed the contract when the dollar was
This is an independent power producer.
It's an independent power producer. It only happens to independent power producers and Kenyan Spare Parts and Kenya Power. Because there are 3 people who are the forex. I think it's important you have pointed out that the people who benefit from forex are 3. There is Kenyan because of what they import as spares, but for them we buy power in Kenya shillings. That is Kenyan. The other people is Kenya Power. Sometimes there are some spares that will cost them because of the dollar fluctuations, and so the cost may not remain the same. So we'll have to again assist them to buy some dollars. Those are normally some minimum amounts, I would say, because the highest cost is what goes to independent power producers as the third. Those people take between, in terms of billions every month. In terms of when they buy power, they were saying that when they were signing a contract, the dollar was at around 90 shillings. Right now it is 130.
And the charges,
that difference,
they charge us in dollars, don't they?
They charge us in dollars and euros, and some of them euros. So now, of course, they said they did not trust our currency. So they had to base their contract on a dollar because, again, they said they took loan in terms of dollars and euros.
Yes.
So we agreed to it. For the people who are there, the Attorney General who was there at that time was convinced. I know some of them didn't even go through the Attorney General.
All this happened in the Kibaki era?
Not really. Not really. In fact...
when did it all happen?
The first independent power producing plant came around in 2001. And that was Savo Power, which was Kipevu 2, which was retired in September of 2021 after operating for 20 years. It went like that, and you remember during the Kibaki time is the time you used to have a problem with rationing. You remember hiyo wakati?
Yes.
So that is when it came to that time that watu wakasema, hey, this is what we need to do. We need to put up some some emergency power generating plants. And the ones that could come into play very fast were the thermal and those of the diesel generators. So when they came in, hiyo mutindo, some people realized that hii kitu inaweza benefit watu. So around 2010 they started bringing Rabai like that, and people noted how they could benefit. Yes, now when we came to 2013, that is when now we got crazy because it became unnecessary to bring in Triumph Power, Vika Power, Gulf Power, such people. They came in and they were actually located in Nairobi when we actually didn't have a problem. For the ones that were located in Mombasa, we didn't have a problem because again, taking all the power from hydros in the Tana, that is Kiabere and Kidaruma, those 7 forks, and taking some from the geothermal. Of course, that would take a lot of, I would say, transmission upgrade for them to go up to 500 kilometers to Mombasa, which they are actually doing because they have now connected the Isinya line with the Mariakani line. They are trying. They should have done that kitambo.
Okay.
But now they were doing that so that coast region is not reliant on on the diesel generators. There are now 2 remaining, which is Rabai Power and Kipevu 3.
Okay.
Okay. There are 2 more that have been shut. That is Kipevu 1 and Kipevu 2.
When you say shut, does it mean
they were decommissioned? I mean, decommissioned means the contract ended.
That is what I was going to ask, and you've explained it. So when the contract ends
after 20 years,
yes. So then what happens to that power plant?
Of course, if we don't renew, they are supposed to decommission, because the agreement was that you will have paid your investment.
Okay, what does decommissioning mean?
Decommissioning means it will no longer be injecting to the national grid, and so you can disassemble it.
But it is still functional.
It is still functional.
Have any of them been disassembled?
I need to check whether Savo Power, because I know Savo Power has have really been pushing in the past.
Savo is the old one.
Is the
oldest one, the 2001.
Yes.
Okay.
They were supposed to decommission it, but I know there were discussions they were trying to hold, so that they were saying, oh, now we are going to sell power at a cheaper price. Of course, maybe if they were selling at 4 shillings. And when I say 4 shillings, I mean 4 shillings is the power they are going, is the cost they are going to sell Kenya Power. Okay, because they are going to sell Kenya Power, that energy is going to be 4 shillings. But remember, our problem is the amount of fuel or diesel used to generate. That is not going to change. Okay, even the efficiency will not change. They will still calculate in the same way. And our problem is actually when we have that cost on fuel energy charge, and that is the one we are saying. In May it was 3.06 per kilowatt hour. It was 3.14 in June. And it is now 3.20. I would not really look at the variables individually, because in a reduce, another one goes up. I look at them holistically and say that the cost of those 4 items, which is WARMA, Water Resource Management Authority, and inflation, which is 0.46 currently for the last 7 months, and then Forex, which is 1.48, has actually doubled, and then 3.20. If you look at them, the total cost is 5 shillings. 5 shillings. Of course, remember there are 3 things I did not add there, which do not.
This is 5 shillings and 16 cents.
Yes. Remember, I have always said there are very many components. I have not added 3 because they don't vary. EPRA doesn't vary, which is 0.08, or 8 cents per kilowatt hour. That doesn't vary, has been like that. And then there is a rural electrification program, which is 5% of the base tariff. Of the money that goes to Kenya Power, 5% of it goes to rural electrification program. Let's not bring the politics of how it's mismanaged. But again, the third one is VAT. So those you may not discuss much, because nothing much will change. Okay. But these ones are the ones that keep on being manipulated, or they are being adjusted every month on some alleged kind of a calculation. I wouldn't have a problem with WARMA, because that is straightforward. Inflation, of course, is CBK that governs that. But when it comes to Forex and fuel cost, I have a very big challenge on that.
What's the challenge?
The challenge, for example, I don't know, there is some Gazette notice I had sent on May, June, and July. That Gazette notice, you will be very surprised that look at the cost of power in May, the cost of diesel in May for Kipevu. It was around it was around 90 something shillings. Okay, the very first on the table. You see the very first one on the table.
97.
You're saying the Kipevu what? Yeah, the Kipevu 3.
Yes.
How much?
119.
Okay. If you look at that 119, look at how much it is in Faza Island. Faza Island, yes.
Well, how does Faza Island come into this discussion?
Because we also
Faza Island is at 380.61.
So you're saying that Kipevu 3 supplies power to Faza?
No, Faza is another independent, is another standby diesel plant that supplies that island. So people supply fuel to it at a cost of 380.
So where is this plant station, the Faza plant?
Actually, Faza Island would be around. I wouldn't really place the island.
I know where Faza is. It's in the Lamu.
It's in the Lamu Island, because there are even some that are in Lake Victoria and all that. There are actually about 30 something of such standby, because there is Mandela, there is Maikona, there is all those that are actually even.
Are they related to the bigger independent power producers?
They are not. But let me explain how it comes into play. We normally have we are now having about 5 big diesel plants that are grid tied. When I say grid tied, they supply to the national grid. They are interconnected with the hydros and geothermal. Okay, but now there are others that would not be connected, because the transmission would be too costly. Imagine going to Dada but transmitting just about 3 megawatt. You see, it would be too expensive and the transmission losses would be much. So what they found is that the government came and said, let us put up, because we have a chief there, we have a DO and such, and we need services of power. And Kenya Power is not finding it economically viable to transmit, even the rail itself and all that. So let us just connect. Let us just have their own independent generation. Hata kama ni diesel ya 1 megawatt. Now that one, because they don't want those people in that region to pay more, because their power generation is more expensive, they normally mix it up with the total generation for even the others who are grid tied. Of course, never mind, because that one comes to around maybe 0.5% of the total generation. My problem is, because people do not think about it, it is what makes those people supply at a cost of 380. You will be surprised at how much Faza Island was receiving diesel in July. It is 400. In July, it's 400. So we are agreeing that the cost of energy is going up in terms of diesel and fossil fuel.
Yes.
But that does not call for such crazy increments. Because if you are given a contract, Mbuvi, to go and supply diesel at 400 shillings
per liter. Na hapa town tunainunua at 220.
That is business.
222.
Yes, that is business. You can see how much profit it is.
Yes, but does that then not mean that the cost of that production will go up because of the cost of that particular diesel that you're supplying?
No, actually, we are charged that cost directly as consumers, and that is what is fuel cost charge.
That is exactly where I was going with what I was asking. Yes.
What I want to understand is, if I'm supplying diesel to this power plant, am I buying that fuel from, and maybe use a brand name, Rubis, for example, or am I getting from the same supplier that Rubis gets from?
No, you are at liberty to get it wherever you will get.
So
it.
I can go and get it from the
oil marketing companies. Remember, you see, if I really support you in campaigns, and you become the president, for example, I'm just saying, for example, I'm not saying that is what happened.
Okay.
But I have really supported you, and I don't have a post for a CS. I don't have a post for anything else.
I can't be a PS director, nothing.
You are also. I am also supporting you, and I don't want publicity. So what will I do? I will tell you. I will support you in this region of Faza Island. But remember, eventually I am the one to be supplying diesel
to this power plant.
And don't question how much I price it.
So instead, again, so chances are they could be getting it even from where Rubis gets.
Of course,
At the cheap price.
At the cheap price.
So Rubis is selling to me
at cheaper.
Yes. So Rubis when I use it at 222 retail.
Yes.
Lakini mimi my retail to government is 380.
Yes.
So I'm getting twice as much as
So that's why I say that sometimes we just complain at the face value, but you don't know, the devil is in the details, because if you look at each of those plants, that is where money is. If you look at how much money that in, for example, Dadaab fuel was paid, then you wonder, and by the way, it's hidden, because when you hear it is 3.20 per kilowatt hour, all those computations have been done. You know what makes our society very angry is that the cost should be around 2.5, even if you calculate based on what has been gazetted. We agree, okay, you have said this is the cost. There's no problem. You take it 380, 400, or we take that whole gazette notice and then subject it to the approved formula.
Yes.
You realize that they are going away with about $500 million every month, and we have raised that several times. The Auditor General has also picked that several times. But who cares? I don't know. I don't understand.
Question.
Yes.
Who should actually care? I know us citizens should care for sure.
Yes.
But who should actually take action against what I would consider
number one
wrong? Yes.
The very first person who should be very worried is the CS. It's the CS and the PS. If they do not know, then they are part of the plan. That is what I would say. Because you cannot say that you cannot understand where 500 million is going every month. And I have even pointed out here earlier, there is a time it even came to 3 billion. And that was in March of 2023. It was 80.2 shillings per kilowatt hour. That was, so it came to several billion.
Which country is this?
I'm saying
when we started this conversation, Isaac.
Yes.
you said something I found very interesting when people are talking about the cost going up, and you said the cost has not gone up.
Yes.
What did you mean?
I meant that you see, for example, the tokens that the people are getting when they buy for 1,000 shillings, okay, on the table that I had forwarded. If you bought at 1,000, if you are on DC30, let me deal with DC30 alone.
Explain DC30 so
DC30 is people who are consuming less than 30 kilowatt hours per month.
And if you're consuming less than 30 kilowatt hours per month, what then does it mean in terms of the appliances that you have in your house?
That means perhaps you are not having a fridge, you're not having a microwave and instant water heater.
And you don't.
Yes. That is what it means. Yes, you know, it means you are consuming 1 unit per day. That is too little.
Which means even the iron that you have near your car.
Yes. Okay. So then there is those people who are between 30 to 60.
Yes.
Jesus Christ.
I'm telling you, there is nobody there that you know. You cannot be there. You are actually DC 100. You are beyond 100. Those people who use more than 4 units per kilowatt hour per day, more than 4 tokens per day, those are the people who are getting, for every 1,000 shillings they buy, they are getting 35 units. Remember, they were getting 36 the previous month. They are now getting 35. That means it has become a bit expensive to buy per unit, because even the price moved from 27.38, it went to 28.22. But now most of media houses that have called me have to ask me, can you come and explain why the cost of power was increased by 5 shillings? Then the first thing I have to tell you as a media house is that the cost of power has not gone up by 5 shillings to start with.
Okay.
So it has not gone up. The only things that have kept on being adjusted are the historical adjustments that have happened, and those are the ones that I have listed, the 4. That is fuel cost, forex, warma, and inflation. And mind you, inflation has been constant for the last 7 months. So the only thing that I have seen that has really gone up is forex for this month, because it has doubled from last month.
Doubled?
It has doubled. Yes.
When you say forex has doubled, we are pegging the value of that forex or the cost with something else, isn't it?
Yes.
Okay. So are we saying that if our costs are pegged to the dollar, that the value of the dollar against the shilling has doubled over time?
That is the meaning. That is the meaning. But you see, I said,
but the reality is not that.
That is not the reality. It only means they have collected more money than necessary, and that is what I said. The PS and the CS should be able to call them out and say, how is this computed?
Which now brings me to what I had asked about forex. That forex indication in my power bill.
Yes.
What am I paying for if I cannot, that particular cost cannot help stabilize this thing that we're referring to as the cost being doubled? What is it for? What am I paying for?
But you see, the cost has the forex, the dollar hasn't doubled, right?
No,
the dollar hasn't doubled. Neither has the production by the independent power producers.
Precisely the point. So what am I paying for?
I said basically you cannot tie what you are paying for with what you have actually, what will actually happen on the ground. The ground.
Then why is it on my bill?
Because someone did not care to explain to you why this was being increased, because there is no explanation. And I have said, I need to keep on repeating this, that the PS Alex Washira and the CS Opio Wandai, they should be the first people to understand this computation. If they do not understand, we forgive them. Then they are not fit for the position.
Engineer,
but if they understand, it means they are part of the game.
Are we being robbed?
Yes, I have always said that. That we are being robbed, and these people know, but there are very few people who know, because this is a very complex computation that even I would wonder if the CS understand.
By the way, if I might actually agree with you on that particular point, but the point is this. Yes. When it is explained, it's not difficult to understand. I can't have something I'm paying for, and it doesn't make sense.
But you see, remember this thing, we've been loud enough to even tell the members of parliament, the Senate, and the National Assembly, those committees. In fact, the other day we were at Agile Hotel, explaining to them about a certain policy that needs to be adjusted in the energy, I think it's the Energy Act. And we got tired. In fact, we didn't even give any submission. You know why? Because we've given many submissions, written submissions, until when they told us, give us submissions. We went and said, to do what? There is even a submission that we had given for them to write to Kenya Power to be giving us data every month about generation. Right now, we cannot tell you the generation by Lake Turkana last month. Why? Because you can only be given that one that is 6 months older. Because they will say if it has not been put in the it's called the annual report for Kenya Power, they cannot release it to any other person. Right. Yet we are the users. Go to the US. The US normally has it in Excel for every station. You can tell me how many stations there in the US, and it is normally in Excel every month. In Kenya, we are boosting that we are actually becoming first world country, but even the data itself is not possible to give us.
Well, talking of data, remember we are this massive company that want to set a data center in this country, and then they realized we didn't generate sufficient power to house a data center. So this issue of power then takes me to my next question. We have wind power, we have solar power, we have hydroelectric power. Now kuna thermal. If we were to shut down all the thermal plants, would we be able to produce sufficient electricity to meet our needs?
Thank you for that question. Where? If we shut off thermal power in coast, we will not. If we shut off in Nairobi, we will comfortably. But then, I will say that we still need the thermal in Nairobi. Because you see, we pay only for the fuel that has been used. Remember, they are on standby, but if they don't produce anything, we don't pay for any fuel. That way, it doesn't become expensive.
How do we guarantee that we don't pay?
We don't pay for... No, we don't, because the fuel computation, they normally gazette on how much has been produced.
So the fuel computation will tell you when the standby is actually working.
Yes.
So if you look at your bill, your bill will indicate that during this month, it increased because we were paying for this. Is that what you are saying?
Now, look at the gazette notice, for example. The gazette notice that was done, and by the way, I need to also mention and call them out, because a gazette notice is supposed to come the Friday just before the middle of the month. In June, they released that on 19th. And when I called them, I was informed that actually it could be late in being released. But at the time Kenya Power communicates to EPRA, the price is effected immediately. Tell me, how legal is it that you are effecting a price change without first communicating to consumers? In fact, according to the Constitution, that is wrong. You first need to gazette it so that we understand, we can prepare, we can budget, and then we can come and say, okay, now we are ready and we have budgeted. But you cannot come and say Kenya Power communicated with EPRA, and the EPRA approved that cost. They did not gazette. I don't know whose problem that is. But as far as they have not gazetted and they have effected, and that is the next frontier we are...
But it is our problem, Isaac, because at the end of the day, who pays those bills?
It is us who pays them.
Precisely, so it is our problem.
It is our problem. But then I'm wondering, who is this who has been given this job of informing us that we have changed the cost of fuel? And by the way, let me say, it can be changed as early as the first week of the month. You know why? Because we use the data for the previous month. Okay? It's not that we have to wait until we get to understand. It is normally used, the computation is used for the previous month's generation and fuel cost. As we come to August, remember what we are consuming in July will be ready by 31st. So the first week we should be informed. So that is normally done in the first week, actually by 5th. That is according to my information that was given. By 5th, Kenya Power normally has given EPRA. Then EPRA have approved that you can now effect it. Once they effect, maybe they have effected on the 7th, then they come and communicate about the change on 19th. Remember, it is not a problem if all people are postpaid, because you will be billed at the end of the month. But what about these people who are paying before they use? So they've been affected, yet you have not communicated to them.
Okay, yes. I am back to the question that I asked. Are we able to produce sufficient power? You've told them Mombasa can't, Nairobi can. What about the rest of the country?
The rest of the country, I'm assuming that is Nairobi too. Because we have only...
Why is it only then that the coast has this problem?
Because we said the distance between the coast region and Nairobi is too far that for them to transmit, most of the natural, renewable generating plants are situated on this side. You don't have a river in Mombasa that would have a fall. Maybe you have some hydro. You don't have geothermal on that side.
You have Tana River.
No, that Tana River, it is very flat. It cannot produce energy. You need some height difference
to create that potential energy
for energy,
kinetic energy.
Yes. So now,
go ahead.
So now, as a result, Mombasa is very far, and it doesn't have those renewable energy sources. So as a result, we have to come to this side, which I call Nairobi. because I still consider that Seven Forks is still in Nairobi and Kiambere and all those. Then I consider, Kisumu doesn't have a problem because of the Sondu River, Takwel, those sites, doesn't have much of a problem. Now, in Nairobi, we have too much power because even the geothermal potential has not been exploited. We have done less than 1,000, yet we can manage to do over 10,000. Okay, so we have sufficient power around here. But now to transmit to Mombasa has been one thing that has been a problem. Because remember, because for you to transmit, there is nobody else who is using power in between. You go to Savo, you go to Mutito and Day and all that. So you have to transmit direct ikiwa high voltage.
Yes, so where's the problem?
The problem is that they have not been planning to invest. They have not been finding that as a priority. Why? Because the people who are supplying power in the coast region power plants will not have money. They will not be able to manipulate. I have always mentioned that 2 shillings out of fuel cost charge, 2 shillings, you can take this to court or to the bank. 2 shillings as a result of the power generation in Mombasa region. If you remove that, these people will understand now, even where we are getting this money, we will not be able to get that. So why construct a line from Isinya to Mariakani? It took quite a long time. And in fact, it took quite a long time to an extent that even someone lost a job. Either because of pushing for it or something.
So
but right now...
Hold it, Isaac. The people who build these are Ketraco.
Yes. Ketraco, yes.
Yes, they are Ketraco.
Yes.
Ketraco, there is no point at which Ketraco has not been riddled with some problems of the other. Someone fiddling with this, someone fiddling with the other, a contractor leaving the job halfway, suing. So...
That has actually been the problem because Ketraco are also tied. They are tied in terms of they really want to invest. For example, now, ask me, when we had Adani, because I think that was really something that everybody could hear about it. Adani was coming to do one line that was on this side of Western region, okay? Or Nyanza. But I think they were supposed to do something because of the Muhoroni gas turbine, which is actually back to the grid. Now, was that more priority than actually from Isinya to Mariakani? I thought if we would have been told that this is going to actually remove 2 shillings from your bill. If you look at holistically the total bill for every month, it would have been enough to fund that project. So now they came to do other things. This thing of calling PIP, PIP is privately initiated proposal. That you come and tell me, you come and tell Mbuvi, you have a problem. You see your cow is sick. Yeah. And I think I can give it there are several treatments I can do to it. Then you tell him, no, actually, even my cow is not a problem. I think the biggest problem I have is school fees for my children. Yeah. Then he tells you, no, me, I cannot support you. I have to, it is me privately initiating what I want to do for you. So they came and initiated for where they can make more money instead of coming to do or to initiate where we are actually ailing. So we are the ones who should be saying.
But Isaac, these private initiated projects.
Yes.
You've explained it well, but is that the only explanation for private initiated projects?
Privately initiated proposals,
yes,
is when I come and identify that I have money that can help you to do something.
No, hold it.
Yes.
Is it not possible for there to be a gap which has not been filled by the government for whatever reason? Somebody sees and understands that gap and then initiates a proposal.
That is what is called PPP.
No, PPP is when the government is a participant in that particular process.
Yes.
Okay.
And they are the ones saying this is a problem.
I am talking about PIP.
PIP is...
How can you come up with a need that we don't have, even if it's...
But there is someone in government who wants you to have that need.
They have seen an opportunity.
They have seen an opportunity. Actually, as the CS, for example, if I am the CS for poultry, let me not target anybody. CS for poultry farming. If I'm the CS for poultry farming, then I find that you normally have some nets. And then I didn't have use for that net, even in my region. But then you say, we can make money here if you let me sell these nets. Then I tell you, write a good proposal on how you are going to support me. Then I have to hide all the other problems of, I don't know, chicken pox is for chicken or something. Whatever disease or that is comes from. I will have to hide that I don't have that problem. And I say, actually, what you are proposing is what is more important. You see, that is what happened in this rectification and this transmission to Mombasa. And even now, what you find in Mariakani has not been part to an extent that it has eliminated the generation using Rabai and Kipevu 3. And then you have to ask, who is supposed to push these people? Who is supposed to give a deadline? That by this time, because the deadline I expect is to be told by December of 2026, we will not be having any thermal generation from Mombasa. Why? Because we now have enough geotherm on this side and we can transmit and we have done the transmission lines. You will not get such kind of promises, because those are the promises that would actually give us 2 shillings from the bill.
How old is the lines that we have to Mombasa?
I'm sure.
Let me ask a different question. When was the last time we upgraded those lines? Okay.
It's not even in 20 years. Okay. I don't think it's even in 20 years.
There's something that always puzzles me about electricity transmission. When it is explained, at the best of times, it is circuitous.
Yes.
Isinya to Mariakani.
Yes.
Isinya is this side.
Yes. Oh, it's this side.
Yes, it's this side. Okay.
Yeah.
Is there a plant of the nature that we have in Isinya in Kibwezi? Because Kibwezi is nearer to Mariakani.
And by the way, Isinya is called is a station.
What sort of station? Is it a substation?
It's a substation, exactly.
Yes.
It's a mega substation that receives all power ready for boosting to high voltage.
Very good.
And then be transmitted to the other
so that it can be stepped down so
that
that people can actually consume it. That one I got. You explained this thing before. I'm a good student. I got it.
Thank you.
Yes. So having gathered that knowledge, why don't we have another substation in Kibwezi? Because Kibwezi is actually nearer to Mariakani.
Actually, there's no problem. Because we now have the one in Mariakani that takes it closer to the coast region.
So there's a substation in Mariakani.
Yes.
Is it a mega substation? Like
it is a mega that is supposed to receive power for the coast region.
The entirety of the coast region?
It is the entire coast region is supposed to give power. But actually, I think it was powered one side. There's a dual circuit line.
Then we have a problem because the coast region is huge.
It's not that huge. The demand for the coast region is not huge because actually even now, you see, Rabai is less than 100 megawatt and Kipevu 3 is less than 100 megawatt. Those are 200 megawatt. That 200 megawatt is the same megawatt that we started importing from Ethiopia. So we actually should have even imported direct into the coast region. But who are the people who are deciding where it should be going? These people who didn't want their diesel supply to be interrupted.
No. There's a chicken and egg situation here. The consumption on the coast isn't high enough, so it doesn't justify certain things. That's one. But our power production is also insufficient to the point where we actually import power. Does that therefore not mean that in the presence of this insufficient power production, there are things, that investors would like to see that they are not able to do simply because of that factor? Now, let me go back to my original question about our power production. Are we able to be self-sufficient in the production of power to meet not just the current needs, but to meet developmental needs that would suit investors who want to come in?
I think that is a very good question because first of all, I need to even mention that the growth in Kenya demand, in power demand, is not something that is hiding. It is very gradual and you can be able to see the graph. So you can be able to say by 2030, this is the power requirement in Kenya. And so you can put up plans for the stations that require maybe 2 or 3 years to be done. So if you are a very well planning government, you should be able to say that by 2030, I need to put this in place because I know this power will be required. But now the only thing I have heard is that in 2035, we will be putting up nuclear power. I don't think that is where we should have gone to because even nuclear power itself, most of the countries are pulling out of the nuclear power. So you can even be sure that most of the plants that we will get are most likely going to be the rejects from other countries.
Second hand.
But that notwithstanding, we are saying the need for now is actually the crises are being created for people to bring diesel generators. By the way, let me tell you, there is some proposal that was done, or the tariff application period is now over. It will in March of this year. So we were supposed to be having a new tariff control period for the next 3 years. So when they did some, I don't know what I would say, some very exorbitant proposals for the power prices. Very exorbitant, when we actually as a society were saying power prices should go down by about 5 shillings. And that is still our stand. So what happened, they eventually pulled off that application. And then, it's even the CS who said that the proposal has been withdrawn, the application has been withdrawn between Kenya Power and EPRA.
Okay.
So it was removed, and they said, can we maintain the same power prices until further notice? I don't know up to when. When we are around the campaign period, you can be sure nothing will change. We will continue the same, even if we still understand that that is actually quite high.
Yeah,
they should be lower. We are pushing for them to be lower, not even to be adjusted. But the shame in them adjusting and proposing that it is too high, they were actually told that this cannot sail through, and they pulled it out. But let me tell you, the crazy proposal that was in that was that they had proposed that they have some the offshore means you are not on the shore, they wanted to put some diesel generating plants. That was in the proposal. Tell me, and we actually came out very strongly. We even wrote a letter to the president, and even we wrote to the four the three people who are the arms of government. That was Wetangula and the Senate, Amason King, even the president of the Supreme Court, and the president of Kenya. We wrote and pointed out that hizo vitu mna propose zinakuwa proposed unless you are not aware. This is where we are heading. And this kind of saying that we now have some urgent demand in power, it has been growing slowly, and you've been there. So right now, even if they say they are going to do a dam, it's going to maliza like 7 years. Hadn't we known that we would do that 7 years before?
Let me ask, because you've said they want to put some generators in the ocean there.
That is their proposal, but they didn't.
For what?
It's to boost up the power generation. Instead of doing more geothermal, they decided that let us bring other things, because some of the people are exiting government maybe soon, and so they realize they need to put up some investment that will be running even when they are out of government.
Oh, so you going to another money making?
Like the same way I've said what the Triumph Power. And these power stations that are in Nairobi that are diesel generated, those ones were not required. And in fact, even if you look at, we have 3 of them right now. Even if we remove 2, there is no problem. But again, I even say, as far as they are not producing power to an extent that we are being told this is a diesel that had been used, I have no problem. My problem is when they exaggerate the fuel that was consumed. Okay, once they exaggerate the fuel that was consumed, I don't know who is supposed to check on behalf of Kenyans, and then from there look at how the computation has been done. If we are able to capture that there is some exaggeration in computation, what happens when it comes to the actual reading of what has been consumed? Then, but now, I wanted to change just slightly a topic that Kenyans are suffering a lot, and I think we also wanted to go to the parliament and say you have to do something. There are very many people who have got this problem of that you are having a bill, you've been paying 4,000, 3,000, 4,000, and then you are slapped with a bill of 80,000. Those cases are very rampant. Our office is always full of such complaints, and they are able to forward. And funny enough, there are some areas that people have managed to remove that bill once they complain, and we take up the case for them. We ask, how did this generate to this and this? There is a lot of unjustified billing. Some people come and say, and you see this Kenya has got a lot of conmen. People come and say, oh, you see your bill, you've bypassed your meter, and there is a problem, you are supposed to be charged this amount. I don't know how they are going to get, I don't know how they are getting into the system, in the Kenya power system, where they actually adjust your bill to a very high bill, and they are going to disconnect your line if you don't do something.
I've seen neighbors.
You've seen many of them. I think that is now the new disaster we are having in this country. If the CS cannot come out and give a statement that the power bills that are actually backdated, they need to be sorted out, and Kenya Power needs to be given a deadline. Because we cannot live like this. It has been like that for the last 5 years. Unapewa bill kidogo, unakuja unapewa ya hii pesa, you start arguing with them. Some of them are able to manage to get out of the problem. Other areas are, you come and you have a meter moving. You have a meter, and then you say, that meter has a problem. You call Kenya Power people. They come and remove that meter, and they give you another one. You know the problem is, that meter has been registered using your PIN, KRA PIN. Where they take that meter, you do not have any knowledge. That meter goes and gets some consumption somewhere, and that consumption is too much, and then by the time they are disconnecting that meter, because the person who is now the new owner doesn't pay, then that whole bill is loaded into your PIN to your new. So then you are being told you have 2 accounts. You ask which account this was removed. No, it was not removed. It is still counting. Where is it? How is it consuming? Where is this 50,000 in this last month? I do not even know where it is. Kenya Power should be able to tell you where it is. Number 2, if Kenya Power are able to actually give you a new meter, and they do not show you an actual closure of the previous meter, you should not think that you are safe. That is what is actually making very many Kenya users suffer, because they are being told you had this meter, and then they say this meter, I don't know where it went, and I even complained that it's not working. So that problem, Kenya Power must be ready to come out and sort it out for Kenyans, because it is becoming again another disaster. Then again, the last one is that Kenya Power should be able to come and explain to Kenyans, if I need power connected to my new home, what is the cost? Because they are coming with a designer, they give you a cost. Could it be 200,000, 150,000? I know it is true, and I know that is the cost. I'm an engineer, I also understand. But you see, they need to understand and tell the people that when you are being connected at 15,000, the subsidy was coming from this World Bank, it was coming from this, and now, right now, you are not within the program. I know there are some counties that have still that program of the last mile connectivity. But most of the Kenyans who have come to where electricity is, they are coming because there is power. You know, ukinunua plot unaambiwa power on site, because you can see a pole there. Wait until you do an application, then you'll be told that is 180,000. Then you ask why na huyu aliwekewa na 15,000. Kenyans need to be educated that is not, that cost was there when there was subsidy, but sahi hakuna, and this is what you are going to suffer. So Kenya Power have a lot. They need to educate Kenyans. And so that they even need to educate the members of parliament, so that even when they are trying to deliberate on this issue, it can be easy for them to disseminate information to Kenyans.
Someone is asking here, that is Kitungu. Kitungu anauliza, ask him why the dollar is affecting hydroelectric power.
No, it doesn't affect directly, because we only pay for foreign currency for the generation using independent power producers, but for because of the spares that Kenya Power have bought, sometimes they load that difference in forex to our bills. Sometimes, in fact, every month, because I really call upon Kenyans to come and start reading these gazette notices, which is done every Friday before the mid of the month, because that is the one that has all the information. Yes,
I'm looking at these tokens per 1,000 shillings. So you want to tell me today?
Yes.
If I buy today is so are we looking at, because up and on kama imeishia May.
July. July, the last 2 months, just consider June and July. June and July.
Yeah, read your July.
Yes.
So you want to tell me that today power for 1,000 shillings I'll get 35 tokens?
Yes, if you are consuming. For you, let me tell you, yes, I don't even need to investigate. You look like you shower. Using a hot shower. So that exceeds 100 kilowatt hours per month.
Yes.
So that is, but for people who are using less than 100 but not more than, but more than 60, they will be given 38. Those are 3 or close to 4 units extra. For this other guy, is going to get 10 extra units. For those who use less than 30 kilowatt hours. Lakini huyo ni mtu ako na bulb moja ya kukamua, ako na socket moja ya transistor radio, na simu ni kabambe. You know, those are the people who benefit. They don't even understand that they benefit, because they don't even have this information.
Should this thing be reversed?
It should be, but you see, we have a culture of taxing Kenyans who are actually knowledgeable. Actually, I would say the people who knows that they are being taxed are the ones who are being taxed. Again, remember, more than 50% of the income by Kenya Power, you may realize that comes from these people who are using more than 100 kilowatt hours per month. And as a result, that is where they will go for taxation. Even, in fact, the taxation is the same across. I'm only saying in terms of the purchase per kilowatt hour. It's more expensive for them rather than the ones who are using less.
I should be getting this 48 mimi.
That is
nikitumia nikiweka 1000 juu ninatumia sana na natumia vizuri napatia serikali pesa si wanipatie na 48.
They are using that to discourage you to consume more power, but they also want you to use. In fact, they are having some clean.
How can you discourage me from using power? Shouldn't you be encouraging me?
You see, there is this regulation. You know, in Kenya, each regulation counters the other one. For example, there is the energy management regulation. 2025. They are trying to encourage industries to use less power per unit production. Okay? Yet they are also rewarding those people who use too much power at night. Okay? Then in that too much power at night, they are also telling you will not be benefiting directly. It's unless you exceed your normal consumption by this amount. That is the only time. So they are pushing you to use more, yet they want you to use less. Yeah, they want you to use less, but they have some other policies that are pushing you to use more. So somehow you end up just using power. without caring. So now what has remained for Kenyans is to just use power, but let it not be stolen. Wacha ukue kwa any tariff. By the way, I need to also mention that Kenya Power have introduced another application, which is actually even trying to point out where you are located in terms of where ni DC 30, DC 60. They will tell you that the normal ile kitu walikuwa naita My Power app is not working. They need to understand that it's not working. If it is working, let them demonstrate. But of course, they introduced another one because you get a pop-up message directing you to another one which is saying My Kenya Power Care something. And when you go there, you put your meter, you will be told which tariff you are in, which is a good step. But now I wanted them to do that in terms of a message. Ukituma ukirudishiwa token, that is the time you are getting, unaambiwa your tariff is this one. Ndio ukijua unajua this is the cost that I should be getting. We have done well as a society. At least we have done the table. But now after we have done this table, people do not know where they belong. You still need to know, now this is my table, this is what I was told by Kenya Power, that this is hii ndio tariff yangu, niko DC 30, niko DC 60, niko DC 100. So even when you know that this is June or July, this is the tokens you should be able to get. Yes.
Mimi niko sure niko hapa kwa DC.
Wewe uko 100, hata usiulize.
Niko sure yani.
Yes, even city. I'm telling you, you drive. If you drive, just know that
uko DC 30.
Wewe uko DC 30.
Or DC 100.
DC 100. Yeah. People who I'm telling you,
hiki kitu kuna ubaguzi bwana.
I'm telling you 4 units. Let me tell you what it means. Once you shower,
yes.
Assuming that you will be in the shower. For men, I have always said men take less time in the shower. Actually showering, let me not say the total time in the bathroom. Showering itself, maji na tiririka. Men take less time. Because unaingia hapo 15 minutes ushamaliza. For a Nissan Rota heater ya Lorenzetti Brazil, that heater is 3 kilowatt. If you multiply utapata unatumia 1.5 units
for the time
peke yako. Okay? 15 minutes. Wacha bibi aingie atumie 2 units. Wacha mtoto aingie anaweza tumia hata 2.5 because I don't know what the kids like playing with water, hot water hiyo ka pipe. You get?
Yes.
So showering itself could simply go to 5 units.
Daily.
So how can you be in DC 30 with that arrangement?
Na hata tujiongeza fridge hapo.
Kama kwetu sisi tuko na air conditioners because baridi sometimes ya huko kwetu ni mingi such that badala ukaushe the miguu, you just want it to be in the air, the hotness. Unaweka aircon such that the temperature is the same as in the car. Sasa hiyo aircon yenyewe is like 15,000 BTU. Hiyo ni a lot of, ni kama fridge mbili hiyo. And then from there you also have we have many gadgets that eventually sisi tukilipa hata 15,000 per month we have surrendered. Na tukikuja kwa solar again you realize that you are going to pay back that investment in 9 years. So eventually what I am telling people, ukisikia power in what you do, this is a good plan and I think people will buy it. Instead of buying solar, which is costing 750,000 for most of the people who use 10 kilowatt.
Yes.
750,000 weka kando. Move from your house or just minimize the usage for 3 months. You come to DC 30. Ukikuja kwa DC 30, it means for every 1,000 utapewa 48 tokens. Okay? Now, when you realize that you are on that tariff ya DC 30,
yes,
go with your 750,000. Buy tokens. Itakupeleka 13 years. That is going to outlive solar. Even when they had just a lot of power or anything. Watch me. The next time I will be coming here, I will tell you I have bought tokens for the next 15 years.
Hold on.
Yes. Because I don't expect power should be. I am sure tokens will not change.
Wait, can you actually buy tokens for 15 years?
Yes. You can buy tokens that are like 50,000. You know it's possible.
Okay.
It is possible.
Mi nafikirianga ikianza ti ndio najaza.
No. You can buy token hivi and you go and even register them. Na muandikanie museme hata hii mita ikiharibika. Just know this is my consumption. Of course once you do that you are going to have very many check meters. Yeah, just in case you don't agree with them, naambia hii iliisha hivi. By the end of you realize you are going to get tokens that can take you up to 13 years if you buy them at this, and that is what again we are advising most Kenyans.
Ebu niambie tena hiyo siri so that I can go back to DC 30.
Yes.
How do I do it?
What they do, they take your average for 3 months. Okay. Or first of all you will use the application they are using to check where you are. Then you start marking. Unasema mimi nimeenda holiday ama nime switch off this side. By the way, most of the things you switch off, sio vitu mingi, maybe uko hata ni holiday or something. Just make sure you use less than 30 per month. The number 2, which I know they may not agree, you can have 2 meters. 2 meters to slash your consumption, such that each meter is less than 30. Or 3 meters. Even if you use 100, if you have 3 meters, each meter is less than 30. That way you will be having each meter being priced at around at that amount that for DC 30. Once that is done, then use that meter wakati ile iko na DC 30 sasa. Use it to buy the maximum. Kama ya 750,000. Ukikaa namna hiyo, you will go for very many years, then you remove the other meters that were assisting them. That is a new plan, and I think it is not, they have not put up any law to say that that is not allowed. So before they start realizing that that is what people are doing, I call upon people to do that very fast.
Sasa wananiambia nizime fridge.
Yes, for just 3 years, 3 months. Yes, for the next 13 years. Uta benefit with that cost. Let me tell you, once they start saying that they are going to adjust power upwards, just make sure you have bought enough. Me, I want to buy for the next 3 presidents. I will not mind about power. I will not. Because I have not seen any president who is willing to come and assist in power prices. Even the investments that I saw in that proposal, it's not very easy to actually think that you are safe.
Okay.
And I know one of the policy or the manifestos by the governments that are coming is not going to touch on anything to do with the power. Because we are already now in some crisis that was created, that when we are in 2022, we knew the power demand that would be in 2026 and in 2027. Okay. Why they did not commission anything, so that by the time that comes, we will have this which is now on grid. That is a plan. So I don't think there is anybody with a plan for Kenyans to have cheaper power.
All right.
Yes.
Okay, thank you Isaac engineer, tumefika mwisho.
Asante sana.
Hapo umetuchanua, umesema 3 months tuzime kila kitu.
Yes.
Tuoge na maji baridi. After that tununue tokens za miaka 5.
Miaka 13.
Yes. Ushasema.
Asante.
This is where we come to a close, guys. We shall be seeing you again tomorrow, same time at exactly 6 a.m. all the way till 10. But don't go too far, because Kinarani wanakuja pale 11 o'clock with Karaoke Thige. And of course, after that, we shall be having the Power Drive. And later on, you don't want to miss Halaiki and the team when they shall be giving you the wind down. But for now, tunasema be good and spend your electricity tokens wisely.